Oh, we have shirtless Leon in my clutch, baby. He's coming. He is here. He's ready. I made sure that he was ready to come out today. I can't believe literally last night we were like, oh yeah, I hope shirtless Leon comes out soon. And then he came out today. I went, oh, I'm getting on stream. Oh. A little loud. Maybe it's just because I'm just starting stream. Usually when I start stream, I'm like, let me warm up to the volume. All right, are we ready for shirtless Leon? Here he comes. I literally said cancel everything to stream. I literally canceled everything. I said today's gonna be my off day. Just kidding. Oh, we got a cutscene too. Hopefully it's shirtless Leon. Hopefully it works. Starting off strong. Come on, give us Leon.
Hey, got a smoke?
Oh, I don't even think Leon's in this chapter.
The kind you like. Now where's the amber?
Fortunately, it's not on me at the moment.
Not the new voice actress for Ada. I've heard terrible things about this voice actor.
Busted my ass and managed to hide it right before I got caught. Which is why I'm still alive.
The deal was, we get you out of here when you deliver the amber. No amber, no protection, Luis.
Such a stickler for details, Ida.
She does look hot. She does look hot.
Okay, then. I'll go get it now. How about that?
Even if her voice actress is like, hi, I'm Ada. Is she wearing thigh highs?
And I do have something else I need to get too.
That's cunty. Hubba hubba!
This is
Oh, baby!
I've got some bad news, Condor One. With the weather like this, the
Woo!
chopper can't make its approach. Can you stand by until it clears?
Negative.
Awooga! Awooga!
Find someplace safe.
I'm sorry. I wish I could do more to help.
Don't worry about it.
This just got 10 times better.
Condor 1 out. Let's go.
Don't be sorry.
What's gonna happen to me?
Right now. Let's just focus on getting out of here.
Yeah. Right.
Hi, Lib. Thank you for 9 months. I was gonna say something inappropriate, but Lib just walked in and I want to remain calm. I remain calm. A Bob and shirtless Leon. Yep, we won. Yeah, he's so fine. I just squirted. Sorry, what? Who said that? Okay. I'm getting lost in his eyes. And by his eyes, I mean his titties. Also, can we talk about something? I wanted to tweet this, but I didn't know how to feel. Do you guys get am I the only person that gets uncomfortable when people say man boobs? I don't like when people say that. Like, just say boobs. Just say titties. Why are you gendering boobs? Like, what do you mean? I want him to take his... There's also a mod I got that gives him a tramp stamp, but it's not...
I have something I think you love.
He's not shirtless if he has the tramp stamp. He has a crop top, though, which is kind of hot. We can try it later. Like, I literally hate it. Like, it was literally yesterday and in the chat, and I was, like, uncomfortable because somebody said man boobs, and I was like, anyways, gonna completely ignore your message. And y'all clock me sometimes. You're like, Nem, we could see you reading the message and not responding. And that's literally what I did. I was like, I hope they get the hint that I was uncomfortable with that message.
Welcome. I got something new for you.
what you got. Maybe there is. Well, the same person that made the shirtless made the tramp stamp mod, so maybe they'll make one that's like intersecting. Yeah, anybody just joining, we are playing Resident Evil 4 Remake. We are on chapter 6 right now. I completely understand if you want to leave for no spoilers and want to experience this yourself. I haven't played this game before. I don't know what's happening. I know it from a distance, but this is the only Resident Evil game I've never played in my life, so we're just kind of playing it, having a good time. What you got doesn't look at shop. Oh no, I meant like, what does Leon have in his pants? I want to see what's down there.
Okay. I'll try.
Whoa. It doesn't look like it's unintentional either, the mod of him being shirtless. Looks like it's literally an alternate costume. What's happening over there? Do you see that? That person's like throwing up. Okay. Ooh, where's is the train coming? Okay, I just started. Bitch! Oh, I gagged all of them with ease. Okay. That's right, I'm playing on assisted now. Honestly, probably gonna keep it that way just because it was getting really frustrating yesterday and I don't want to be frustrated with this game. Oh. Oh! You are so... Oh, hi, house music. Hello, Bestiana. Do you like his... Do you like the character we're playing? Does he look lovely? What the... Ashley has plot armor with fire. Real. So also, while we play this game, I don't know what's different from the first game. Like, I literally have no idea. So you guys are like, oh, is this in the original? If I ask that, also please tell me. But also, I really have no idea what's happening. I've never... Oh, they're gonna grab Ashley. Wait. There's bear traps everywhere. This one? I should have... There's a lot of like Molotovs and explosives in this. Okay. Just ignore the bear traps. Literally, where are we? This is the quarry down. Oh my god, hey 2K. I know, we're at like literally the same part right now. Oh. 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 I felt that was all a little bit unnecessary, but it's okay. And I'm fine. Oh, a nice bed. This is a nice little house. I'd live here. Why is she not coming inside? Come inside, girl.
Give me some space.
Hang on.
Too real. Please don't ever say that again. That's giving me flashbacks to all my ex-boyfriends.
No problem.
Let's go, girl. Leon, you can't look hot like you are and then be like, give me some space. Like, don't ever repeat those words ever again. Just saying. I'm gonna step in a bear.
It's quiet.
Yeah, wait, why is it quiet? Is there gonna be like a Mario? Remember the Wiggler in Mario Sunshine? I feel like the Wiggler is gonna come down these short hallways and like try to stampede me. Oh, the zombie's getting the gluck gluck. Mary Bob miss. He deserved that, honestly. I don't know what he did, but he deserved that. Getting some Zussy. The Zussy Bussy. What is the objective actually right now? Thank you. Oh my god, I could literally stare at his fucking abs all day. Like, I literally just want to motorboat his tits and lick his abs. Sorry, is that too much? Order?
Wait here.
What? Okay.
Oh, she was gagged. She said, excuse me? Okay, well, that's obviously what it wants me to do. So where is the enemy? Are you doing good in there? Honestly, have a good time in there, girl. Oh, Jesus Christ. What does it want me to do? Hold on. Can they get her out of that locker, I wonder? Girl, I don't know. Not so excited for this part. Oh, Jesus. Well, when they give you those options, they want you to do it. So obviously it wants me to put her in that locker. Okay, let's not break my chair because my fat fucking ass. Fat ass being like literally my fat, delicious dump truck ass. Everybody take notice. Everybody, reminder, I have a huge ass. Please take notice. Everybody, please, please listen to me. I have a delicious dump truck, booty cheeked up ass. Leon, are you listening? Thank you. Hello, everybody. Would you like a delicious popcorn dinner meal?
It's locked.
Why'd you pull out your gun? Who's here? Who in here? What the?
Great.
Okay, that made my pussy throb, whatever he just did. Oh. The Silent Hill nurses with chainsaws?
Sorry, didn't realize it was yours.
I am flattered. I'm a one-lady type of guy.
Wait, you're a one lady type of guy, so wait. You like women? What about trans women? Do you like trans women? Don't tell me there's more. Oh, Jesus.
Sorry.
Feeling this?
Okay. Hi, Brittany Nana. Haha.
Stay down, all right? Out of the way.
Oh, she's still not dead. Oh, her sister went down quick, but she's staying alive. Is this Sugar and Spice?
Shit.
Spice is still kicking. Oh!
Next.
Oh, thank you so much for the gem. Oh, she's running. Oh, she's running. What's up, girl?
Sorry. Must have slipped.
Oh, she's dead. I just heard a noise IRL and it scared me. I was like, oh god, she's in my house now, please. Oh! Hey, girl. He loves a little quip. He's like a little sassy bottom. Love him. I feel like he'd wear a skirt and like want a dick in it. Nope. I'm playing on assisted. Like it was because the thing last. I'm gonna switch it when we get to a checkpoint. That was an assisted fight. I'm gonna switch it though. Because that fight we did yesterday, that you had to fight the swarm, I had to switch to assisted because I was literally about to rage quit.
Won't open.
Oh, please. No, I forgot to switch it. I should have changed it so it was more scary, but... I don't know. Maybe I won't. I don't want to get frustrated. I hate getting frustrated at video games. It ruins the vibe. I'd rather like experience the game and be like, do I want a challenge? Let's do another run. So we got, what was that? It was a checkpoint crank. So where do we put that? Sub-objective. Yeah, I hated fighting that swarm of enemies with only one thing. I was like, girl, please. Well, we did the chainsaw demo, the hardcore chainsaw demo, and that made me literally want to rip my wig off. But I would not take this bob off. How dare I would never. The disrespect on Bob Miss. I like that there were chainsaw girls though. Because there's usually chainsaw guys, but now there were chainsaw girls.
Are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. I guess.
You did well back there. Seems this isn't your first time running from creeps.
I can't tell if that's a compliment.
The subtle drag to the creeps online. I don't know if that was supposed to be meta, but it was. He literally said, not your first time." Oh, that's cute. What? The albums, the two graves, the twin grave we destroyed last stream, or the twin sisters. That's awesome. That's a cute little detail. But as I was saying, everybody trying to upskirt Ashley, like, you guys are weird. Wait, there's something down here. Girl, you good? Okay, love you. Thanks for hanging. Oh my Jesus. I can't look at him and not bark. Not this guy. Oh my God. Smack him.
Requires cleansing.
What the?
Come, child. Ashley.
Well, she's 20, so,
Hurry! Don't worry about them.
Run, Ashley, run! Run, Ashley, run! Okay, girl, just run, just run, just run, just run, just run, just run, just run.
This way. Okay.
I'm stuck.
Girl.
Need to go.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Tubby over there is gonna step on the bridge and break it. Tubby.
Close one.
How are you feeling about Ashley's AI? I didn't play the original, so I really don't know the difference. But I remember everybody was annoyed with Ashley.
You're the one he wants. If we see him again, you run.
What about you?
I'll do my job.
I need the voices to be louder than the game. No trespassing.
Got some new wares. Welcome. I've got something.
Honestly,
new
the
for
merchant,
you, mate.
kind of hot. Just my opinion. Just my tea. Can we get a shirtless merchant mod? I would like to see that actually.
Anything else I can help you with?
Hold on.
Hard times, man.
I don't even know what these are. Attachable mines. A girl who GAF. Whatever. What does the yellow herb do? Like, can somebody actually explain it to me in depth? Because I really don't understand it.
Thanks. Welcome. All my wares are in tip-top shape. Next up.
But like, for how long? Like, just a short duration or like forever? Oh, okay. I thought it was a start. I thought it was a like a limited time. That's why I haven't been using them. And that's why I'm like, I don't understand, but I guess I'll do better. So I'll save it.
I'm then. Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. If you want a fighting chance out there, try that on for size. I'll buy almost anything. A deal well struck. We're starting to get an idea of your
Anything else I can help you with?
There's some things money can't buy. Don't get yourself killed now.
I think that's the best we can do. Hey, we're at 420 in playtime. Oh shit. Shut up. Hold on a second. I didn't realize there was a photo mode. Holy moly. I literally have no shame. I literally have no shame. Okay, like, okay. Can I say something?
Ah, okay. Wow.
Can I say something? I love for like the last like decade, the last like fucking century, the last like the start of the time of us living on this earth that women have been sexualized and demeaned for their bodies for just existing. But God forbid we get a shirtless mod and we go, oh yeah, that guy's hot, I want to suck his cock. Like literally, I just don't understand. I saw literally someone comment on the post of this, of the mod, and somebody was like, oh my God, can't believe they're sexualizing Leon. Yeah, because we deserve it after the fucking century, got like the years, the fucking eon that we've been stuck with men harassing all of us for our bodies. Like, let us be like, oh yeah, that looks like a slutty bottom BF. Let us look at his tits. Let us look at his abs. Like, the same people that say that are like, oh my God, you're like over sexualizing these men and like making them shirtless and whatever, are the same people that like upskirt like 18-year-old women and they make deep fake videos on the internet. Like, seriously disgusting. Like, I can't. Like, literally just let us have, it's also not that serious. Like, let us look at titties. Like, a lot of men like to show off, so let them show off. Literally, part of literally the men culture is to literally be an incel chat and be like, yeah, I'm the strongest guy, I want to be beefy and strong, I want to flex, I'm the strongest guy. Okay, take your shirt off, show me your cock then. What's the tea there? Show it off, show me that you're the biggest size. Show me the proof. Be the chat incel you are. Show me.
Welcome.
Okay, we already did this. Oh, sorry.
Next time, buy something.
The lowest emo. Wait, how do you can I not change it back to Controls. I guess I can't change the difficulty back. I mean, I don't really care. There is one, Hannah. There is a full frontal naked Leon mod. I just can't do it on stream because I will get banned. But this one is appropriate. There's also him in a tramp stamp. Oh! I guess big guy over here doesn't like Leon's tramp stamp. What? What do you got to say about a tramp stamp, buddy? What? Speak on it. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Cease your pointless struggling. Abandon
Yeah, I can send it in the Discord.
to the will of our God.
You're a shitty missionary. You know that.
Oh, Almighty, grant me the strength to crush your enemies.
Son of a bitch.
These girls are so vulgar.
Ashley, run!
I could get nasty with it. You're lucky I don't put a stank on it for the stream. I will.
Hasta luego.
You haven't seen me in the club. I'm sucking all the dicks.
I thank you for your gift.
What the?
You want to get ugly? Let's get ugly.
Okay, actually, what is happening right now? Okay, actually, what is happening right now? Actually, what is happening? Oh! Oh, okay, WWE. That was like homage to Naomi. Oh, I parried! Oh my god, I parried, guys! Parried the platypus! Hold up. I'll do that. Well, everybody join the Discord. I have a suggestions channel, so just like drop the suggestions there. It's a game suggestions channel, but like just drop all the suggestions in there. Let me show y'all. I'm gonna send the link of Nexus Mod Manager Resident Evil 4 Remake. Date published. I'm gonna send this one. It's in off topic. But then if you go to that website and you scroll it should be on the 7 pages, you can find Leon's cock. Also, we were talking about it yesterday, very off topic. I was looking to talk to y'all about the tattoos I want to get, and I want to get a tattoo of Beast Boy because I love the Teen Titans. I love Starfire, Raven, Beast Boy, Terra, Jinx. That's it. Not a big fan of Cyborg or Robin because they're men. Anyways. If you go to Google search Beast Boy, if you Google search Beast Boy, the 9th image on Google, just Beast Boy, like looking up Beast Boy, the 9th image on Google, uncensored, is Beast Boy's cock. Like him full naked erect penis. I was like, what the? Not what I was looking for, but okay, what the hell? It's literally the 9th one. Did you find it? Literally, I told you guys, I'm not bullshitting. I was like, what? I was literally just looking for like a harmless image of him to get tattooed, and I was like, Gagged. That's what you get for hating on people with tramp stamps. he's not done. Oh no, he's got a little...
Dancing days are over.
Leon, you're so funny, honestly. Can we fuck? What? Sorry. I knew that was gonna happen. I was gonna have to reload at the most important moment. I have a little more health. I'm fine. Oh! Serious question. Does anybody know how to change the difficulty back, or can I not? Oh.
Hey.
I don't mind if I can't, but I'm just asking.
Running out of options, huh?
The voices are still not loud enough. Like, it's like weirdly distorted. It's better.
Sing for your sins.
Okay, well, nobody dragged me for playing on the easiest difficulty.
Holy fire.
Guys, I'm here to look pretty. I'm not here to make myself want to rip my hair off. We also have 3 other games to get through in the next like 20 days, so. Okay.
Repent, child.
Who does he look like? He looks like a certain wrestler. He looks like one of the Viking Raiders in WWE right now. Not my fave. No, literally, everybody's like saying it's really difficult. It also takes like 12 hours to beat, 17 hours. So like, if I can cut down the time, I'd like that.
This place is coming down.
Down, down. Oh, I was literally just trying to adjust my boobs and we're being attacked. Oh. Oh, he had a fake eye.
Give my
Okay.
regards to your god.
I'll piss on him.
You coming? Leon, hurry!
My turn. I can help you,
You're
Leon.
welcome.
Thanks.
So let's talk about it, chat. What are your Resident Evil ships? And nobody say
Fire
Chris
fan
and
catch
Claire
attention.
because they're related. So please let's establish that before anything.
I'm not gonna turn into one of them, right?
I won't let that happen.
I
promise.
think IMHO, also stream IMHO with Darby and Alexis and Auntie Chan. I think it's weird people ship Leon with anybody besides Ada. Is that weird? I don't know. I think it is kind of weird. Because him and Ada have so much like desire and tension. But I also think Leon's bi. I don't think he's straight. Not to stereotype him. Claire isn't weird. Oh, like for Leon. I thought you were talking about Chris and Claire. I was like, well, that is weird because they're brother and sister, but yes. I don't remember because I haven't played 2 in forever, but did they kiss in Resident Evil 2 or were they close to kissing, Leon and Ada? They kissed, work. Okay, Ashley, I don't want to be like a hater or anything, but we're just walking here and you're like breathing heavily and like dying. Like, it's okay. Girl, stop moaning. Like, what is the moaning? Like, stop. Jesus Christ. We're walking across a bridge with no enemies behind us.
Well, least we don't have to worry about being followed. Come on.
Oh, okay, work. It was a short chapter, but I think this is where you can change the difficulty, right? Hold on. Nope. I'm so hungry. Fuck. I'm literally so hungry right now. Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff about Ada in this game, and I'm not a fan either. Just from like the trailers too, I was like the first trailer we ever saw of Ada, it was like, you guys need to recast her. Like, no shade to the voice actor, but like, it's just not Ada. Everybody's saying like she's lifeless and like just doesn't sound inspired. Honestly, I agree. I mean, throwing stones at glass houses, that's what I sound like. I sound very monotone and like, who gives a fuck, but very alto.
Hola, Luis here. You guys still around?
Well, I wanted to go home, but Ashley just had to see this castle first.
He's such a
Perfect,
funny
because I have a
guy.
present I want to give you. Medicine that will help to suppress the progress of your problem.
Where do we go?
Let's see. Come to the courtyard inside of the castle. We can meet up there. Ciao.
All right, Ashley. Luis just said.
I got it. Guess we better get going.
You want to know I had the scariest dream today? I don't know why. I had a dream that I was... Let me restart that sentence. I had the scariest dream today. I don't know why I had this dream. I woke up and I thought I was bleeding out of my ass and my lips were filled with like ash, like burned ash. Like they just did a fire pit in my mouth. I was like, what is happening? No, Luis is hot, I agree. Yeah, my nightmares get wild sometimes. I have nightmares so much, it's like insane. Oh, it's the merchant. Yeah, like kind of like cigarette ash.
Got some new wares, stranger. You're in for a treat.
I was just here. Oh, it's that thing again.
Courtyard's got to be through that gate. Don't think our hosts are gonna roll out the red carpet.
Oh, you have those nightmares that are like you're late for class? Well, my nightmares are
Things
like
just keep getting
my
better.
entire family is dying and the world is about to explode and I'm being shipped to the planet Mars and there's 5 serial killers chasing me at the same time and there's blood coming out of my ass and there's a tsunami hitting the solar system. My nightmares are actually insane. If I had a journal.
What are they?
Shh. Keep your voice down. Come on.
Got it.
This is kind of camp. Also, I need to turn the brightness up. I can't see anything. My lights are too bright. Okay, I'll go fuck myself because I can't even see the brightness setting. Well, peanut butter would kill me, so maybe that is an accurate nightmare I would have because I'm allergic to peanuts. What is happening?
Stay back.
Okay. What is that?
Come on.
Okay.
I know, I like how she said that. She said, "What the fuck is that?" Well, I thought we're in a castle. That's kind of camp. And by camp, I mean cunt. Being in a castle, so cunt. Is that how the queen felt before she, you know? She said, yes, I'm living in this castle. It's so cunt. And then she just died. Is that a too soon joke? Oh, girl, you looking rough. Actually, she's kind of fierce. But why couldn't I melee her? That was kind of weird. Whoa. It's a little too much. Blowing up that nice little thing.
No way! They have catapults?
Ashley will become temporarily incapacitated if she's attacked, and she will die if she's attacked again.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I guess this is their idea of a warm welcome.
I like that Leon's fully taking classes from WWE in this game. Like, he literally does some WWE moves.
Damn, it's locked. Looks like we'll have to get creative.
Add hair? Not yet. The game came out, I think, a couple days ago, so maybe it'll be out soon. Can you? Okay. I just think that's wildly unnecessary. Oh, hey, there's an album right there.
No food for you.
Leon is just a funny guy. The jokes, I can't. I bet he loves karaoke in a comedy hour at a club.
It's locked.
Wait. No. Can you let her down?
Shit.
The scream sends
okay?
me.
Yeah.
They need to add Ashley to Dead by Daylight just for her scream when she gets put on hook. Is she gonna jump down? Oh, she did.
This could work.
When we put Ashley in the cannon. Go, girl! Well, it is. Have you ever seen Leon before? Now that's my type of night. Okay. We're fine.
Ashley.
The way she fell. Oh my Jesus. Is she okay?
You hurt?
No, I'm okay. Leon!
Well? Are you hurt? No, I'm...
I guess this is their idea of a warm welcome. Ashley!
I feel like that was a little unnecessary.
You hurt?
No, I'm okay.
I'm having flashbacks.
Ashley!
Girl, get up.
Yeah, I'm fine.
This could work.
Yeah, the emotion in her, I love that. I love her scream when she goes down. It's funny, but it's like good. Philly just disassociated for a second, I'm gonna be honest. Said, where am I? Loving the Ashley, please. Is this who we are?
You hurt?
No, I'm okay.
Thank you, by the way. We got the bob, got a bob going on. Just want to get something new for the Teen Vogue party. Okay, we just run.
Ashley!
Ashley.
Thanks.
Anytime.
Hey guys.
Ashley! Ashley!
What?
You alright?
I'm fine.
Hey guys, can you get your hands off my girl? Not like my girlfriend, but like just like my girl, my, okay. All right, I'm gonna need you guys to back the fuck up.
Leon, watch out!
Ashley, is this who we are? Get up!
Ashley!
Girl.
You okay?
Yeah.
Ashley!
Okay.
Thanks.
Anytime. Firing again! Ashley!
Okay, this part was cute for a second, but now it's just getting tired. Like, what are we doing?
You hurt?
No, I'm okay.
Ashley!
Are you serious?
You alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Damn. I knew it. They keep coming.
Okay.
It's open. Go!
Okay.
Girl! Oh wow, this is gorgeous.
Look at this place. I mean, it's old, but
Got some new wares, stranger. Welcome.
I'm gonna need
I've
some.
got something new for you, man.
Actually, let me see if I can do something with this. Damn. Oh, my whole body just cracked.
Suit it. Welcome. Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. Thank you. This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long. Good luck to you, stranger. There you are, as you wished. Try that on for size. Will that be all? Come back anytime.
All right. Are you okay?
A most warm welcome.
Oh, I know
to
this
my
guy.
castle. Such a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance, Mr. Kennedy.
Oh, love the lip, girl.
Who the hell are you?
Me? Oh, please, call me Ramon. And allow me to get straight to the point. I would like you to hand the girl there over to me. Now.
That's
You
drag.
have that chance, Ramon. The girl's just fine. With me.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy. How novel. Nonetheless, you see, the girl must be ours. With a girl as the very source, your United States, and then the entire world shall overflow with his grace. For that is the iron will of my master, the most holy, Lord Sadler.
Ramon, I don't want to
So
break the
then
news to you,
you
but you don't
will
want to come to the
comply.
United States. You don't want to come to Tennessee, girl.
Never.
Especially if that wig you got
You
on
heard the lady.
and that lash.
How unfortunate.
It's a felony.
Do make sure our guest feels at home, now that he has chosen death.
Leon?
Oh, how lovely.
Just stay close.
What the fuck? How about we just do this?
Present for you.
Okay, that was easier than I thought it was gonna be. Can you equip the gun, Leon? Oh, that wasn't a joke, by the way, about Tennessee. Just a fact. Everybody make sure you're speaking up online. Oh, he pushed me.
Ashley!
Excuse me, let me help you up, girl. Who's next?
I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, literally. Especially like Nashville has like some of the best drag ever. It's kind of annoying. It's not kind of annoying, it is annoying.
Come on.
Got it.
I need you to open it from the other side.
Okay.
Thanks, Queen.
Thanks.
What's that? Oh, some treasure. A secret treasure. Jump scare, question mark? Nope.
Looks like we can continue on this way.
Be careful.
What's this way, though? Makes his titties bigger. Yeah, somebody was like, oh my god, make his muscles bigger. I was like, I don't mind it. Bad. Hi, Jada. What the fuck was that? Could never be me. Yeah, I've never seen a man look good shirtless. Like, that's so crazy. Like, someone should prove me wrong. I've never seen a man look good shirtless. Oh, Jesus.
What was that? Did they keep animals down here or something?
No, but they keep your mom down here. Oh! Sorry. Whoa! That would scare me if I was a bitch, but I didn't get scared. That looks like me.
Can't see me.
That's me right now. Oh, he's shirtless too. So real. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this a lot. I hate this a lot. This is like so Outlast. I don't know. Oh my god, I'm so scared. I need a shirtless, hot, sexy man to protect me right now. That's so crazy. Oh god. I hate this a lot. Like a lot. Like a lot. Oh, 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 oh. How do I get out of this room? Am I supposed to fight him? I don't want to fight him. I don't think I win that. Nothing to see here. I think it wants me to fight him. Oh, maybe he does have to bash himself on the gate. You're right. Oh wait, no, there's a crank. There's a crank. I didn't even do anything. If there's a bell. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to tell if there's a bell. I'm fucking not wearing my glasses. But there's stuff next to him. Hi, Slice420. I know, the crank is gonna be so fucking loud. Okay, the bell idea didn't work, y'all. I literally just saw my light flash before my eyes. The way he ran up on me so fast. What is the point of these? Oh, it's for the bolt gun. Honestly, get the fuck out of my face. Are you saying there's a bell in the ceiling?
Damn it.
I think we just have to YOLO it. Okay, never mind. Okay, it's not working. It's not working! Oh. Oh, he doesn't go all the way back. Oh! Why'd he gag me?
Gotcha.
Oh! Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out! Oh, that's lovely, the dead body on the door.
Oh, it's you. What happened down there?
Girl, you don't want to fucking know.
Nothing. You were right about the animals, though.
You all right?
Yeah, no big deal. You okay?
I'm fine. Well, for now.
I need a minute to relax after that. Can I do something? Do you guys mind? Hold on a second. I need a moment after that. I just need a little bit of... I just need to chill. I just need 2 seconds. Okay, chill with that. Hold on. Let me move my bob out of the way. Oh my god. Okay. Would you like to cosplay Leon for me? Oh, it's hot. Is it hot for anybody else? Oh my god. It is hot in here. That's wild. That's wild. I love that that works all the time. Men don't look good shirtless. Like, I need to be proven that like men look good shirtless. Like, just prove it. Like, prove, like, what's tea? Like, what's tea? Like, show me. And then it works. Hold on, let me look again. That was good. That was good. It's a good night for me. It's a win. What is that noise? Hello? Well, this is gorgeous. Very nice.
Wow. Look at all of this.
Oh, her shirt underneath is not orange. That's really awkward. I thought it was orange. Isn't it orange in the original game? She has like an orange sweater. She doesn't have this orange blazer. Oh, she does have a brooch. I just randomly added the brooch because I wanted it. My mind. Oh, they're moaning with each other. Me and who? Nothing I won't do for you. Nothing I won't do. Nothing. Hold on a second. Oh god, this is a puzzle. Can't do puzzles. Oh, I took an iron sword. Oh, a golden sword. That looks very phallic. Are you guys seeing where that sword is placed? That is literally his cock. Hello? Did they try to make this an innuendo? Like that okay. I'm not being inappropriate for the sake of being inappropriate. I'm just spilling. Okay, I don't know the little gimmick going on here, but what is this? Oh, nice reference. Just kidding, I don't think that's a reference. Oh. What did that do? You just rang the bell.
Bet you could ring those gongs by shooting them.
What gongs? Oh. Yeah. Well, like, we haven't been really introduced to Ada that much so far, so I'm, like, interested to see how it turns out. Who said, was there 17 or is there no, not 17. Is there 13 or 16 chapters? There was 16. Okay. Yeah, we're not even like halfway done. That's crazy. So is it... Oh, that wasn't the right one. Oops. What is that? That isn't even a... Is that the bird? Where's the bird? Oh, it's right there. Wait, then what's that? So lost. Oh, that's a dead body. Girl. Let's get sickening.
What's that used for?
Well, it's just a replica. Only a couple of uses for it.
I wonder how much inspiration from this game they took in designing the mansion for Lady Dimitrescu's castle, because I see a lot of resemblance, and I wonder if that's intentional.
This artwork, doesn't it look like it's telling some kind of story?
What artwork? Girl, I'm blind as a bat. Like, I literally can't fucking see shit. Somebody help me. I've never seen a man be, like, cute and, like, help me with things that I need. Never once. Where? Hello, Marshall. What is happening? It tells the stories of the order go and how it plays out. I have no idea. Is she... Okay, but why did she say it when she walked in here? Because that confused me. Okay, so what swords do we have? Let me get all the swords. Oh, baby, when I'm at the bar, when I'm at the gay club, after my gig and a couple drinks in, I'm collecting all the swords. I'm collecting all the swords. The golden sword, the bloody sword, the rustic sword. Oh, I got all of them. Oh, okay. Okay, well, this one's like, he's like gold. Like, this guy's gold. I don't think that's right. Oh.
Huh. Guess you were right.
Yeah, it was a guess. Can I shoot this head off? Okay. Literally unplayable game. Please fix the bugs in your game. Can I shoot these and blow up? Literally, this game is unplayable. I can't. Not Leon being a douche. He just shut the door on Ashley. I literally almost like had a heart attack. I was like, can I say douche?
Hang on. This is the
Dush.
same room as before, isn't it?
It's a dush.
Guess we just circled around.
What did she say to me? Every time she says something informative that I need to listen to, I just phase out of existence. I'm like, oh, okay, that was important for me to listen to. I'm gonna completely ignore her. Wait, so why does it want us to jump on the chandelier? What's the tea there? I don't know if I want to do all that. Hold on. So we need to shoot a snake. Oh, I'm always shooting for the snake, if you know what I mean. Ho! It's not what we need.
Leon, what are you doing?
Don't even think about trying this yourself.
Me? As if.
As if. Okay, queen. Oh, this is for loot. I don't care. Actually, I do a little bit. I've never seen a man look good in a shirtless Leon Kennedy cosplay. Like, never in my life. Like, don't reply to this tweet if you're a shirtless Leon Kennedy cosplayer.
Leon, are you kidding me?
What?
Jumping across chandeliers, seriously, who does that?
What are you, my mother?
Oh. Not Ashley, girl. You need to do Ada. Or like Claire.
Don't leave me.
Oh, she's so me. Don't leave me. Oh, is she a Pisces? When's her birthday? Somebody get this. I'll gag if she's a Pisces. Oh.
Where are you going?
Oh, hey, girl. What? Whoa! 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 Boobs! Leon, can you hold the door open for Ashley? My God. Oh, he giggling.
Salutations, Mr. Kennedy.
Are you ready to hand over the girl?
Not this guy again.
I'm taking the liberty of preparing some entertainment for you.
Oh, do you have a drag number planned?
The gallant knight protects the princess fair.
So, like, what form of entertainment? Like if it's like reading a book, I'll pass. I'm not reading all that, girl. Happy for you, though. No day or month. Okay. That's so weird. She was born, but there's no date or month. Right. Okay. Thanks, guys. Not you guys, the people that wrote her birth year, but not a day. Yeah, she's at 1984 Pisces. What the fuck is happening? Do you want to wait here?
Stick close.
Okay.
Spread out.
Okay.
With me.
Got it.
I don't want you to come in here, girl.
Leon, they're here.
Ah, the entertainment.
Oh, great. Oh my god. Oh shit.
You hurt?
No, I'm okay.
This should do the trick. Out of the way.
Fuck. All right. Fuck. Oh, Jesus.
Keep coming.
Oh my god, it's still not dead. I thought it was literally dead. Oh my god, Ashley, back up, 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 back up. Excuse me, can you back it up a little bit, sir? Thank you so much. Okay, well, they're shooting us now, so Ashley, please avoid the bullet if a bullet comes towards your head. Who is shooting? Can you get real? Get real! Let loose! Oh my god.
Ashley, let's go.
Okay, let's just go. Let's just go.
Ashley.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, Ashley. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, hi. There's someone right there. Okay, let's go. There's a red herb, but I guess I'm gonna have to skip it. I'm not going back. How did I miss? This doesn't look good.
A hidden platform?
A little over the top, don't you think? Come on.
No prob.
You gonna be okay?
Yeah, I got this.
I'll cover you. Don't stop. Next.
Could you reload any slower, Leon?
Be careful. All right.
Oh, hi, there's one right in front of my face. Go, Ashley, go! Oh, shit. Oh, no.
Hang on, I've got you.
Is this one on the floor about to get her?
Okay, get back here.
Oh my god, it's about, yeah, it's about to get her. Oh, she jumped! Hi, Ava. Oh god, he's getting back up. Get down. Ashley, come on!
Hurry up.
I think they just literally want to remake all of the Resident Evil games on this engine. Like, I was talking to someone because I saw that somebody was like, they confirmed Resident Evil 5 remake at the end of this. I'm like, well, yeah, because the next game in the series would be 5 anyways. Like, after this game, the story literally goes,
Thanks.
you know what I mean? Like, no matter what, it would have basically confirmed. But I think they do just want to remake every game on this. I want them to make Code Veronica, and I want them to remake Resident Evil 0 and 1 in this engine. I know they already remade 0 and 1, but I want them to remake it like this. I do too. I also would love if they need to make Ada's story package in this, because apparently they cut it out of this game remake. It's really good. I love the remake so far. I like this part the most. It's very like whimsical.
Over here.
Have I played Biohazard? So you mean 7? Then yes. Hello? I thought she came back on my side. I was like, girl, that's not the point. I think they're just gonna milk this engine for the next couple years. Which, as they should, it's a good engine. Oh, everybody's saying these gummies are the best. Okay. Oh yeah, I mean, it's really good. Yeah, I saw that too, that like Devil May Cry was supposed to, I saw that, like someone talk about it on TikTok. I was like, oh, interesting.
Hey, you sure you're good?
Yeah.
Looks like the right place. You okay?
I think so. Instead of worrying about her, worry about your own skin.
What the?
Hush, little lamb.
Huh?
Temperance, child.
Ashley.
What? Hello? That kind of gagged me. I don't know.
Wait!
Shut up, Lily. She's so Pisces coded.
Shit.
She's so much more likable. Yeah, because I think literally the reason everybody like actually hated her is because her AI was shit in the one game, but
Roost, come in. Things went to shit. We took refuge inside a castle, but I've just been separated from Baby Eagle.
Say you.
Roost, you're breaking up. Do you read me?
Number one? In. Chopper.
Damn
Chopper!
it. So much for that.
boobs.
Having a rough day, stranger?
What are you buying?
Welcome. I got something new for you. Anything else I can help you with? We're starting to get pleasant.
I did. I'm not a huge fan, but that's just my tea.
And travel. Welcome.
I would like Leon's if he didn't have that hair piece, but I guess you win some, you lose some.
Welcome. I've got something new for you, mate. Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The price, well, that... Thank you. What you see is what I've got. Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less. Will, don't get yourself killed now.
I mean, to be fair, I really am not going to use any other costume besides shirtless Leon, so, but it's nice that they are doing that stuff. You like when he gets wet? Ooh. Hi, SP. I love Twiggy. Ashley is kind of Twiggy coded. The blazer, the like, the mod kind of style. You know who I don't like? Paulina Poroskova, when she was on Top Model saying the T word every week. She loved that word. Oh, are you guys alive? There's no way they're alive. Oh yeah, they're dead, okay.
This is messed up.
I think it's kind of fierce.
No good.
Should have expected that. Oh, that made me so dizzy for a second.
Gloria a las plagas! Gloria a las plagas!
Is he doing this?
Don't be loud about it, Leon, please. He could have just pulled out his knife and done it.
Just don't mind me. Sorry to interrupt. Ah, Jesus, my head. Next.
Oh my god. Oh, I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Excuse me, sir. You are who we need to take down, so get back here, buddy. Why are you running? What's that? That's what I fucking thought, buddy. Shirtless Joel. That's a different franchise, baby. What is that? I'm gonna... No. Wait, actually, it might kill it.
There you go.
It does. My mind. I remember it kills the special infected, the flash grenades. Because of their infection. Oh yes, we will be playing. Because we are hashtag going to be provided by AMD. And they're going to give me a copy to play that. Oh, wait, that mirror is fierce. Did you see that? But we do have a lot of games to get through. We have a lot of stuff to do, so I just wanted to say hi and you look gorgeous. Thank you, Galactic. Appreciate it. Yeah, also, I haven't uploaded the drag panel yet to my YouTube, but we talked about, like, all of my panels at PAX. We talked a lot about supporting, like, artists and what you can do to help increase more queer voices. Like, you don't even have to be loud about it online. You don't have to be super loud, but you can always like and interact with those sponsored posts so we keep getting more visibility in the community. Just interact with those posts, retweet, like it, or you can even reply. Like, just do something to help them out. I know it definitely helps me out, and I really appreciate it when people like those posts. What is the direct? Oh, it wants us to go back here. Oh, it's hot. I forgot to turn down my heat because I'm wearing 2 pairs of pants and a jacket. Wholesome. Maybe, I mean, I would like to see it. If Leon said he was going to Folsom, I would go. And that's just tea.
Won't open.
Good morning. Oh, titties. Shove them in my mouth.
You can stop right there, Leon.
Fuck. I've been memeing that line for the last couple months. You could stop right there.
Well, after 6 years, that is one hell of a greeting. Ada.
You don't seem surprised.
They were separated for 6 years after they kissed and nearly fucked. Oh, this is so much hotter with Leon shirtless. Oop.
Try using knives next time. Better for close encounters.
Not a bad move. Very smooth.
So who are you working for this time?
Oh, Leon. You know I don't work in tell.
Oh, Leon. Oh, Leon. She kind of sounds like a more monotone version of Lois.
Leave the girl. She's lost no matter what.
She's lost no matter what. Pina.
You walk away now. And who knows? Maybe you'll live to meet me again. And then I might get you that greeting you were looking for.
She literally sounds like a serious version of Lois.
Right.
Right. I'll see you later,
How
Pina.
about we continue this discussion another time?
Pina. You know, it'd be great if they just had a sex scene. What is with video games not having sex scenes? Like, what, like movies and like cinema and TV shows have them all the time. Why can't we have them in video games? What's that about? Give it to me, baby. Didn't they show like cock and balls in Euphoria?
Looks like a trick door.
Oh, they dick. Oh. Apparently fake cock and balls. Well, quite literally, video game cock and balls would be fake, so. I think the closest thing to video game dick I've ever seen is Outlast penis. The flaccid Outlast penises. Not that I like need it to survive, but like, let's get into it. Like, come on, guys. Or at least do like those PG scenes that they do in like shows that you're uncomfortable when you're with your family watching a movie and there's like a weird sex scene and you're like, wait a second, what's happening? I'm uncomfortable. Like, okay, why can't we have those? in video games. Like, what's the tea there? God forbid.
That should do it. All right. Need to find Ashley.
Girl, she ran.
Oh, great.
What the fuck was that? And you know what what was that?
Christ.
No, you can leave that in Australia. Ooh, y'all can leave that at home. All the taxidermy. I'm sure Alicia Fox would love it here. For some reason, Alicia Fox likes taxidermy. I don't know why, but I support her, I guess. Wrestling reference. Nobody here would understand it. Besides Marshall.
I have some new goods that might interest you.
Can you keep your voice down? You literally scared the shit out of me.
Welcome. Got some rare things on sale, stranger. You're valuable. A deal well struck. Well then, what can come back anytime?
It was so violent. Are you actually being serious or going to the doctors right now, or are you just saying that's what you have to do because WWE?
She said meeting you once was enough.
How convenient, as I was growing tired of the modern touch. Let us play this game of ours in true Salazar fashion.
Give it to me, baby. I don't know why that song is stuck in my head. No, I'm serious. Oh, okay, well, good luck. Oh my god, our snap streak is almost over. That picture I just sent? Oh, wow. Wait, why is he dancing? What is he doing? Oh, he's shaking his butt. Oh, okay, okay. What is he doing? Oh, he's ready. Oh, okay, okay. Shake it. Go, white boy, go, white boy, go. Shake that ass. Twerk, twerk, twerk.
Oh, you were expecting me. Present for you.
Oh shit. Let loose!
Come on.
God.
They keep coming.
Ow. Our snap streak almost ends every day because I keep forgetting to send one in the morning. Also, I will say this remake is pretty fantastic so far for a remake, especially after 3's flop of a remake. 3 wasn't bad, but like just really short, which was unfortunate as hell. I lost a friend because I accidentally ended a snap streak. That's so real. Honestly, I'd block you after it, honestly. Just kidding. Literally unforgivable. How dare you? I honestly had no idea you had Snapchat. I just didn't think it was your T. That's actually kind of funny that you said you have it. Okay, I don't want to go in there. I think I only talked to the same 2 people on Snap because of Snap streaks. And it's John and Key. That makes more sense. I was like, I really do not see you using that app. Who is moaning? Just wonder. I mean, me right now after seeing Leon, I would be moaning, but the way he just chucked his scythe at me.
Yeah.
I have not. I keep like seeing Resident Evil stuff on my timeline and I keep having to like skip it. Not because I don't want to get spoiled, because I literally know what happens in this game because it's a remake, but I don't understand how people are so far in the game already. I'm like, geez. Some people have already beaten it. I'm like, oh my god, how? I mean, I guess they're not streaming it like I am and like pausing simultaneously and doing stuff like that, but like, I was shocked. So many people are really deep into the game. But the scene with Leon and Luis with the chain at the beginning of the game, so hot. Right? Like everybody was playing it on release too. I didn't know it came out Thursday night at, because not a lot of games do that anymore. Come out at like midnight. Which I miss. I miss midnight releases like a lot. I hope I'm going the right way. I'm kind of just wandering right now, honestly. Idiot. Bye, loser.
One down.
Don't push me, bitch. I really want to get contacts. What in God's name is that? Like, why are we playing War Thunder right now? Like, what is happening?
Another one. You guys are really starting to become a giant pain in my ass.
What about your can I can I see it?
I'm out. No use. Just wasting ammo.
They should make a jockstrap mob. I like literally have no shame. I've like honestly I like literally have no shame. Leon's hot. Like, get into it. I think if you literally can't admit Leon's hot, there's something wrong with you, but okay. That's just my tea. I'm a Chris type of girl. Like, I think Chris is hotter, but Leon is hot. Oh, you really felt sternly about that. You said, I fucking hate his hair.
Yes. Cannon. Hope it works. His hair does look cute. I mean, I'm just a Chris girl. Like, Chris has been my man for so many years. But if I'm gonna rank Resident Evil men, Jake Wesker. If you know me, Jake Wesker's my absolute daddy. Get ready.
Like, he's my man. I would risk it all for Jake Wesker. I don't care if I'm getting infected. I don't care if Wesker's gonna come for me. I don't care.
Adios, you son of a bitch.
I don't think that's the last we're gonna see of him, Leon, but that's just my tea. I don't want to fight. Billy is hot. One of the only good mullets I've ever seen. Alright, thank you. I'm moving on.
Gate looks sturdy. Gotta break through it somehow.
Oh, that's annoying. Hello? Work. Oh, I forgot I went to the grocery store today. Totally forgot about that, actually. I didn't get a lot, but
all right.
I got something to eat for after stream, at least. I could really go for some Chinese food or sushi. Like, really go for it. I say, Leon? I knew it. I literally knew it. Sushi's my new obsession of the year. I didn't think I would ever try sushi, but I tried it and it's honestly so good.
Sorry, I've had my fill of you guys.
I thought he was gonna say, sorry, I've had my fill of guys. And I was like, huh? Proof?
Ashley, where are you?
Honestly, so good. And it's good for you too, sushi. Like, there's a lot of veggies. There's a lot of, like, greens. It's not, like, really gross and unhealthy. Oh, she's so me. Not because I'm cosplaying her. Just crying by herself.
Let's stay back. I might hurt you again. I'm so scared. When that happened, I wasn't myself anymore. I was something else.
Oh, she must have been terrifying. I know.
You too?
It's okay to be afraid, you know.
Yo, he's naked right now. Just kidding. Oh,
but you can't run.
Oh, it was right there.
You gotta keep moving forward. We will beat this. Together.
I don't know if I can.
You can.
Oh, I can do so.
Just give me a heads
Unzip.
up before you stab me next time, okay?
Leon, thanks.
Oh, we are halfway.
Luis, where are you?
Sorry, I screwed up. Come to my rescue, Prince Charming.
I'll show you charming, pal.
Come on.
He did not just say that.
The courtyard. Don't be late to the dance.
I'll show. I literally have been saying that so much lately. I'll show you blank. He just said that.
Just leave him, right?
I'm dead. Ooh, I love this. I want to live here. Maybe without the zombies. Would you even call them zombies? I guess you could. I'll show you a BOW. See?
This has gotta be the way. But first we need to do something about this gate.
Oh, is this like a vantage point? I don't need a vantage point in a maze. I know where I'm going. I always take the right... Hello? I don't understand how the T-virus in this game goes from mindless zombies to cult situations. It confuses me. Yeah, I mean, the T-virus in real life is kind of real. You know, T-virus and cultism, trans rights, you know. The T-girl cult. Let's get into it. Give me the T-virus. I need some of that. Okay, fuck off. They're called Ganondorf. Ganon? From Zelda? You disagree. Did a snake pop out? Oh. I need you for my collection.
Keep your dogs on a leash, people.
Where'd the other one go? That explains it.
Give me a break already. Oh, I'm out.
I fucking hate these things. They take off so much health.
Yeah.
Lucky shot.
Ashley! You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Ashley!
Hang on. Be careful. Hey, look! The flag's been lowered.
Ahí está.
Jesus.
Leon! They're here!
Ashley, run!
Get away!
One down. Give me a break already.
Well, this is gonna be annoying. I'm not sure what instance you would use Ashley being further away from you, if that makes sense. Like, you can change it so she creates more space between you guys. Like, I'm not sure what instance that would be useful in. didn't realize that tower had that in there, but okay.
Now we can finally get out of this maze. Ballroom must be this way.
Oh, there's a shooting range.
Oh, nothing but the finest. Welcome. I've got something new for you, mate. Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. Well, come back anytime.
Congratulations! I've prepared a new game for you. I think you'll like this one.
Oh, it's pirate themed again.
Use a submachine gun if you want to make quick work. 3, 2, 1, begin!
High score, here we come.
Oh, she's so cute.
That's it! Oh, friendly fire, stranger!
My bad.
Penalize you for that, I'm afraid. That's the stuff.
Are you serious?
Outstanding. Keep up that pace.
Fuck! Such a troll.
That'll do it. We were right about you, stranger. 3, 2,
Is this a shotgun?
begin. Triple kill. Superb.
I already know what it's gonna do.
Very good. Triple kill. Reload.
It was? Sweet.
Incredible. Very good.
How in the fuck?
Good shot.
That's your lot.
Whatever, dude.
Nice one, Leon.
Thanks, girl.
3, 2, 1, begin.
Show 'em what you got.
Oh my god, Ashley is so cute, please.
Reload.
Hello? Oh.
And that's the game.
You did it.
Now a shotgun. 3, 2, 1, begin.
High score, here we come.
That's the stuff.
Don't just shoot everything.
I forgot. Alright. My bad, guys. This gotcha. Doing my Genshin rolls.
Having a hard time hitting a target? It's all about positioning. 3, 2, 1, begin!
You got this, Leon.
This is probably easier with this. Hold on.
Rely too much on a 6. 3, 2, 1, begin!
Tell them what you got.
Fuck.
Double kill! Sorry, mate. That's a penalty. Some. 3, 2, 1, begin!
You got this, Leon.
That was really close to getting the sailor.
Reload!
Thank you, Sugo.
That was awesome.
Thanks, Graw. Nice.
That'll do.
Nice. I think that's good. Yeah.
I dare say we've underestimated you, mate. 3, 2, 1, begin!
High score, here we come.
Oh no, I made him lose his shirt. He saw me and said, I need to take this off. And I said, absolutely, baby.
That's it!
Oh my god, I hate this part.
Reload!
Okay.
You're an artist, mate. Outstanding. That's the stuff.
Good shot. Are you serious?
No! It was almost perfect! Okay, I still got an A. I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it.
Well, you did better than expected.
Fuck.
You really are a pro, aren't you?
She's so cute. How could people hate? What the hell?
Use a submachine gun if you want. 3,
This one
2,
sucks.
1, begin!
You got this.
Double kill!
Why is he like literally struggling to aim?
A rifle can. 3, 2, 1, begin!
High score, here we go.
Double kill!
That was awesome.
It was almost a double.
Good shot.
Shoot him in the dick for extra points.
Reload!
Damn, I thought that was gonna be a collateral.
Incredible!
Nice.
That was
Nice.
awesome.
Nice. Ah, the bait.
That'll do it.
I think that's better than a C at least. Okay, work.
Some of the targets are, well,
So now we have an A in every single one.
sturdy. One shot won't be enough.
I'll
for
take
those,
it.
I'd wager.
Oh, I got a rare one.
I have some new goods that might interest you.
Oh my god. Need to do some stretches. Chill. Why is everybody grown? Alrighty, let's continue, shall we? Is this the right way to go? What is this?
Why not treat yourself, mate?
No good.
Look, there's a statue up there.
Oh, we need multiple. Let me not throw that. Sure is, baby. You know I had to get the mod. Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting that.
Statue of some snakes. Huh. A dining hall.
Eat here? No thanks.
What the fuck? Ding.
Ashley.
Okay. So, you do a lot of missions like this?
Well, yeah. But I'm not used to having such good company.
Is that a compliment?
Take it however you want.
He's talking to me, by the way. He's talking about me and him, like, being in the company of each other. Not Ashley. He's talking about NemesisLacroix. He has feelings for me. What's Jake Wesker gonna think? We don't have to tell him everything. Leon's my side piece. Jake Wesker, full course meal. Every day of the week if he asked me to. That man is everything to me. Okay, so all white utensils, gold, silverware. I think it's this one.
Have a seat.
Okay.
I know there's so much grunting. Gruntilda. And there's like a piece of bread, a wine glass in front of this one. I think it's this. Yay! I did it.
Looks like we figured it out. And there's a symbol on the wall.
I love how fantasy it is with like the castle and how beautiful it is. Anything with a mansion and puzzles, I'm like, I'm in. Ashley, I don't know how to tell you to like stay here, but like stay here.
We're sandwiched, all right. Fuck. I don't feel.
That's my fault. Sorry, girl.
You hurt?
No, I'm okay.
Oh, hi.
Hey, up on the balcony!
They're still not dead after that? Oh shit. Ow.
Leon, the other side!
I'm trying, but there's like so much to identify right now.
Leon! He's back!
Okay, I'm not a good shot, I guess.
Spread out. On me.
Okay.
Ashley. Out of the way.
Oh, I didn't know we could go up. There's a lot happening.
Close your eyes. Ah, Jesus, my head.
Oh, God. Ashley.
This...
Oh my god, I'm empty. I'm empty in this too? What the hell? Let her go.
All right, Ashley, let's move.
Okay.
Oh, señor. Somos tu martillo.
Loser. Isn't Yellow Diamond in Steven Universe?
Watch out!
We move.
Hey, Leon, there's some armor. Bet you could use it like a bulletproof vest.
Little old-fashioned for my taste.
Too bad. I think you'd look pretty dashing.
Are you guys flirting? Cut the cameras. She's 20. This is pretty. Like the blue flames.
You got it.
I'm gonna jump down.
Ashley, stay up there.
Okay, be careful. Leon, the armor.
What
Come on,
the?
you can't be serious.
Scooby-Doo type shit. Oh, I don't have a flash grenade anymore. Nice. Oh, that doesn't end there. Oh, there's another. Oh! Oh. This is good. I'm kind of
mad there's no dodge roll like 3 because I like the dodge mechanic in Resident Evil 3 remake. Oh, he's like the night. Okay.
Hey! Get away from Leon!
Thanks, girl.
Go to hell, you rusty piece of shit!
Oh my god! Damn. Okay.
Hey! Are you okay?
Yeah. Nighty night. Nights.
Skills. You sure you're alright? You're not burned, are you?
No. Thanks for your help. I really did the trick.
Not the subtitle saying hee hee. She went hee hee. Do a bit of a giggling.
Ashley.
Okay. You don't think they're gonna move, do you?
I sure fucking hope not.
Why not treat yourself, mate?
I gassed. I need to get some yellow diamonds.
Hello, stranger.
In the sky.
Welcome. I've got something new for you, mate. What? You can't go wrong with that. Come. Back. Welcome. Stranger. Ooh, I'll pay a pretty penny for that. Got a split. Trap. Welcome. I got something new for you.
Is this
Why
the
not
Magnum?
try your hand at a new gun, stranger?
Yeah, it
Might
is.
save you. I see you have an eye for things. Guns not just about shooting, it's about reloading. You'll know what I'm talking about. That there's pretty big. Enough to get the job done, surely. Knowledge is power. Remember that, mate. We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. There you are. And come back.
Nice.
any time.
That's not what I wanted to do. Maybe it is. Never mind. I lied. You didn't hear anything. I thought it was... I didn't know what spot it wanted me to put first, so...
Leon, the stairs!
Stay back.
What? Of course.
Now!
He's so hot, my god.
I won't run. Wait for me, Leon.
Oh! No way! Oh my god. Oh, I'm excited. I didn't think they would do this. Oh my god, that's
Like that.
that startled me. Gasp.
Is that a clock?
Is that a cock? Sorry. Was it hard filming this? Yeah, I mocapped this. In the bob. I made sure they had to mocap the bob.
The hands move. It's locked.
Oh, you disagree? You don't like that? What does the fox say?
A hidden staircase? It must lead to a secret room or something. Keys.
I'm a little scared.
No way.
No, you don't see me. Oh my god. Whatever.
No way. Which one is it?
It totally is. I kind of love it.
What now?
This is fully Scream.
Leon?
Girl.
Are you okay?
Hang on. I'll figure something out.
What's this slot for?
$11:04.
Maybe.
I literally thought that was me opening the door, and I was like, oh my god, what a beautiful noise for me to get when I open the door. Thank you for the raid, Sweet Fang. How you doing? Did I do it? Oh, I did it.
Yes. I know I saw another clock like this one.
Yeah, we have to go back. What do we do? What does it want me to do? I have nowhere else to go. Excuse me.
Get lost!
Okay.
Don't look back! Don't look back!
Oh god. Oh my god, open. Oh my god. I'm clenched. That was so scary.
Come on!
Oh no. Ah!
Oh, thank God.
Whew.
I am done with armor. Didn't I just say I was done?
Girl. Okay. The way she runs is kind of hilarious. These things are gonna wake up. So, I assume it's... What is that called? A bird? Bird, deer, fish, snake. Yeah.
This sucks!
You're telling me.
Stay away!
Girl. So unserious. An entire room filled with them. Oh my god, a Primo Gem! Genshin Primo Gem! This goes in the Primo Gem spot. Genshin Primo Gem. This goes over here. This goes back here. What is it? Oh, that's the thing we need to go all the way back upstairs for, so we're gonna have to run for our lives in a second.
No, don't go out. Again. I've had enough of this.
Oh. No way.
Be good nights and stay still.
I can't. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's more too. I have to go and dodge these guys that were coming down the stairs. God, I went the wrong way.
Almost there. All right. Leon!
Ashley, are you all right?
Yeah. Give me a sec. I'll get you out.
What is that? That dead body right there? When he wakes up.
Hey! Try this.
What if it didn't
Make
land?
it down? I can catch you.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I think so.
Me next. Catch me.
Ashley!
What is that thing? What the fuck is that?
Shit!
That was a good Ashley chapter though. I liked that. It was very like horror movie, like final girl. Queen, her body is right.
So, what's become of the amber?
Sorry, nothing yet. But my little helper is creating quite the commotion. Everything will work out just fine.
As long as you can keep your dog under control.
He's a good boy. Predictable.
Fine. Keep your mutt. But don't come crying to me if you get bit.
Leon said, wait a second. Not Leon, I meant Ada. Ada said, wait a second, hold on.
Leon, changed your mind yet?
The FaceTime?
Assuming you
She went-
haven't, I've got a tip for you. Seems like something big is about to go down in the throne room. Babysitting's tough, huh?
Hey, Ada! Ada! Perfect.
Where is the throne room? Jesus Christ. Is this the throne room right there?
Same as ever.
Oh, it dropped all the items she got. That's cool. Okay, the challenge, those blue challenges were cute at first, but now I literally just don't give a fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Fucking monsters.
Devora's kids, real. Peanut, the horse is here. No. Just gonna pretend like this isn't. Are those mushrooms? Oh, we getting litty. Whoa. This is gorgeous. I'd love to see a side by side of this entire game, honestly. Wow. Look how pretty this is. Oh god, all of the fucking bugs. Step off. Oh my god. Oh, that's the Magnum. Did not mean to equip that.
Throne room. This the way? Wow, Ramon, you are really slacking on your pest control. One down.
Oh my god, I didn't even see it. Ew, they're so big. Gross. Oh my god, they're like literally like Power Ranger enemies.
They keep coming.
Maybe. Let loose. I'm so glad you waited for me at the top. Thanks.
There we go.
John Thick. I'm here for it. So real. Baby, I am like, I'm glued to this game now.
Not much of a knight, are you? Your princess is a spirited individual. I must say, she gave us a considerable amount of trouble.
Hello? Is there another one I have to shoot? They tried to get me, Al. Not you. Not you.
Great. There's two of them.
So it wants me to not use my gun. They can take care of it for me. Exactly. Not him hitting his friend.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'm gonna take a huge risk here.
Gotcha.
And with that, we do this as well. Oh, come at me, dude. I'm not scared of you. You missed. Dumbass. I'm getting hit by the other enemies. Like,
Out of the way.
GG easy. Oh, you want some? No, what's up? What's up? That's what I fucking thought. That wasn't too bad. I hope Ashley's okay. I don't think she's okay. Oh, wow.
Ashley!
Leon, stop! No, don't come any
Ooh,
closer.
the pink light is really pretty.
Watch out! No!
Please, do continue.
No!
Do not resist, my dear. It serves only to make your suffering all the worse.
Please, please.
You sick!
Oh, he looks hot like that. Sorry. Oh, she lost her blazer.
Aquí nos despedimos, señor Kennedy.
Oh my god, that made me so wet the way he just did that. I can't. Oh my god. With the shirtless. Oh my god. Girl. Wow. I'm so... Wow.
Hang in there, Ashley. I'm coming for you.
Girl. This like little lake we're in, it's not even like the Earth's water, it's just because of me. Like, that's just, it's just... This is a bottomless pit of my nether regions after seeing Leon in that scene.
Talk about sticking the landing.
My princess parts. Hello? Why is it so dark? We can only see his back.
The hell?
What is down here? Don't do this to me. What is that? Don't do this to me. Oh! I'ma go. Is it those bugs? They can swim? In a way, I guess it does. I did not mean to do that, but it's fine. Not to be dramatic, but I think this is the best remake so far. There's... Oh, wow. They had so much grounds to cover. It's kind of insane that they remade this. Like, you went around the facility, you did Raccoon City. That's like an enclosed area, but this is like an entire fucking... Like, this is insane. It did. It did lay a solid foundation. I think it's good. I don't think it's bad either.
I've got some new items in stock.
Welcome back, Marshall.
Come take a look.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I just like don't see 7 and 8 as Resident Evil games. I see them as like spin-offs from the original cast. Like, I will never see Ethan Winters and Mia Winters on the same level and Rose Winters on the same level as like Leon Kennedy and Ada Wong and Chris Redfield and all the Redfields and Sherry and Jake Wesker. I will never, like, they're over here and the West and the Winters are like all the way over here. I don't see them in the same universe at all.
Welcome. Welcome.
They like, it doesn't even like, it's not that I don't like the Winters because I actually like Rose as a character, but like I just don't, it doesn't work to me. Like, even the way they introduced Chris in 8, it was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a nostalgia thing. I'm being real. I just said it wasn't nostalgia. I gave the reasons why.
Anything else I can help you with? Okay. Hard times, mate.
Yeah, he's kind of also just there to be like, yo, what's up? He's kind of there as like the legacy character, right? Like, I just watched Scream 6, so it's kind of in that same token. Like, the legacy characters come back and sell the franchise. He's kind of like I feel like they kind of brought him back to be like, yeah, Chris is in it. You get to see him for a second. And like, people would buy the game because they saw him.
Fuck, not good.
Okay, noted for next time. I won't push that button. They need to remake Resident Evil 3. I think they should do Resident Evil 3 director's cut and like add more to it like it should have. And then they should do Resident Evil 5 and then they can do 6. Honestly, Resident Evil 6 would be such a cool remake because like a lot of people wanted horror from 6. I wonder if they like redid 6 in a way so like it was more based in this engine and horror opposed to the action-y. I think it would be a really interesting remake. And if they made it so like it was all one story, like if you start with Leon and Helena and then you swap to somebody else and it's all just one beefy story. I don't know. I think it would be such an interesting thing to do if they did it. Who's this man on a table?
These people are not right.
He's got the rippers out. No, 6 is honestly one of my favorites. A lot of people that say, like, honestly, like, I had never really understood the hate towards 6. And now I don't even understand it even more because I feel like 4 and 6 aren't that different. Like, 4, 5, and 6 are very action-y horror games. And everybody's like, oh my god, 6 is, like, only, like, action-y and it's so ridiculous. I'm like, after playing this remake, I'm like, this is like kind of not based in reality. It's like action-y like 6 was. Like, weird. I'm a Resident Evil 6 defender, but that's because my daddy Jake Wesker's in it. What is that thing? I'm scared. What's happening? I like literally have no idea what's happening. Leon, shove me in your boobs. Is it a liquor? Oh, I don't like that. Oh. Honestly, though, I think with Resident Evil 4 being remade, there's no grounds into saying like 6 and 5 can't be remade, Revelations can't be remade. Like, I literally think they just want to make everything in the engine that they made 2, 3, and 4 in. This is like Xenomorph right now. Like, what's happening?
You're Ramon's lapdog.
Oh! Oh! No, no, no! Oh! Oh my god, ew! It's full Xenomorph right now, dude. I hate it so much! Ew, it's so scary. Yes, there is a shirtless. There's also a cock out Leon. There's also a tramp stamp crop top Leon. Oh my god. But the reason why there's already mods for him shirtless because the demo came out and they're just reusing the assets because they already could have made it in the demo. Oh! I hate this.
Frozen's a good look for you. Eat this. Looks like it's gonna take more than that.
Wait, did he like climb into the rafters? This is literally Xenomorph. Can someone send a picture of what this thing looked like in the original? I want to see the side by side.
What's your move?
Oh my god!
I think you need to chill out.
Leon, please. I don't think you can kill it.
How's that? It's different, huh?
Oh my god! It's so fast and scary. What? Hi, I'm so happy we're playing Ring Around the Rosie in this room. This is exactly what I want to do. Is he coming through the door when he runs like... Oh my god, he is. Hi, Maxie. I'm stressed. Oh. Thank you, Sandy. Oh my god, could this thing go any fucking slower? Thanks for pushing me towards the door. Oh, bestie. Okay. Hi. That's what I'm saying. Like, I want him in a thong. Like, I want him in a jock strap. Whoa! Oh, it didn't reload. Okay. Oh my god, he literally comes out of the walls. So like, let's not get in the elevator together. That would be lovely.
Getting tired of these games.
I saw him jump upwards, so... Oh! Nipple! I quite enjoyed that. That was a nice zoom in.
Pitiful little lamb.
Your suffering came in, just as it has for our newest daughter.
Who has joined us in communion
And now she is of our flesh, of our blood. My faithful disciple will show her the path.
Mm-hmm.
Go now. Deliver to these vagrant children their salvation. As you wish.
Oh no, not that guy. I see his boss fight before. I've seen it. So what you're saying is that we could get Leon in a thong. Am I allowed to do that? Am I allowed to show that?
I'll make it cheap for you.
Oh, he got the... Oh. Let's observe. Hold on. I'll observe the website. Hold on. That's what I want to find out. I'm like, should we get a shirtless Luis mod too? Like, is that existent? Albert Wesker, huh? Shirtless Leon. Naked Leon Kennedy, flaccid. Naked Leon Kennedy erected. Okay. Not CSGO mods. Are you serious? Get real. Not Ethan Winters. No, the thong one you saw is that's for the demo. So they're currently trying to port that to the full game. Yeah. Everything's for the demo. It should be its own section. They did add a lot from what I saw this morning, because I saw this morning and there was no Kaiser. There was no Albert Wesker. So, at least we have shirtless Leon. That wasn't in 5x5 pixels. Okay, perfect. I definitely do want to see that boss. That was scary. Oh yeah, the difference is night and day. He's scary in the OG, but like, still. Like, scarier in this. Oh!
Feeling better?
I am.
Seems like it worked.
Bad news? All we've done is buy you some time. The suppressant's effects will wear off all too soon. You ready to go?
Don't worry about me. Ashley is the priority.
In that case, we know what we have to do. Then come, Sancho Panza! Let us rescue the Princess Dulcinea!
You're gonna hurt yourself.
Hey, that was my lance. Okay, we hurry, I get it.
I want to see
Why
Luis in
help
a
me, though?
thong.
What's in it for you?
No need to be suspicious. I said I'd help you, didn't I?
Got some new wares, stranger. Welcome. I've got something new.
Do I have the...
For you, man. Welcome. A deal well struck. All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you. Stocking up while you can. Wise choice. Better to be over-prepared, Emma. Come.
Well, damn. How do you get those things?
Back. Welcome. There's some... Pleasant travels.
A little hard for me to put my faith in someone who used to work for Umbrella.
So you heard, huh? Umbrella's done for. You don't need to worry about them anymore.
You didn't answer my question. What are you after?
I just want to feel good about myself. Make amends. Or something like that. Hey, since when was this a dead end? It used to lead to the exit. Looks like we've got company.
Lovely.
What do you want to do?
Fight. Aw, that thing got in the way. I'm so glad that did what I wanted it to do.
The ones with chainsaws are no joke!
What?
I know! You're serious.
Ariana, what are you doing here? Why did you just shoot me?
Come on.
Oh, yeah, drop that TNT. Drop it. What the fuck?
No me jodas.
I literally just got imped. Hello? I got perma-stunned. Okay.
Looks like we've got company. What do you want to do?
How did you survive that? All right.
Cuidado! The ones with chainsaws are no joke!
Believe me, I know! Present for you. One down.
Excuse me. I'm just gonna go.
Give me a break already.
Where did Luis go? Oh. He said hello. Let's go, let's go, let's go, boy. Okay.
You're serious.
Unfortunately. Oh. Oh, we need this, if you don't mind.
I bet I could use this.
Do you mind? Okay. You just blew up your friend. Oh! Oh well, you died. I survived. Pull up, touching a Kirby. Oh, right here. That was honestly kind of obnoxious, but whatever. You're joking. What a troll.
You handle yourself pretty well. You sure you're just a researcher?
I'm just an average guy who happens to be quite the ladies' man.
Thanks, Angel. How are you doing? Love you so much. Oh god, this is a boss fight. I know it is. Hi, Diamond.
After you, I insist.
My aim is so real. Oh! How's the Overwatch games going? The other day I fully saw you just going through it. I was like, my girl needs help. There's two?
Is it always like this with you?
Not Louise just running up. No, I'm really loving it. I've never played the original.
Leave this one to me.
The opera music? Oh wow.
Shit, can't get through the armor.
I mean, I think it has potential to be Game of the Year. Not be Game of the Year, nominated, excuse me. When did, oh. Are we playing Final Fantasy all of a sudden? Like, what is happening?
Come on.
Wait, does that one have boobs? Giant boobies? So me when I start estrogen. If I could fucking start it. Fucking hell. Oh, let's push this button. What does this do?
Out of the way. Here it goes.
Wait, I don't think we should. We need to get them in the middle. Okay, Luis, you need to move.
Luis!
Wait, that one does have boobies.
Here it goes.
Oh my god. It's like they barely move, but when
Luis,
it's inconvenient. Come on, get over here, bitch!
It moved.
Oh my god. So ugly. I'm actually, oh! I'm impressed with the soundtrack right now. It's actually gonna serve. Oh.
It moved.
What? It was on there. Get real. Let loose. Get real. Be serious. Girl, I did, and it said no.
Out of the way.
Yeah, and that's what you get.
Nice.
Oh, don't look
That's
at
what I like
me.
to see.
Luis is literally getting gagged.
This other one's not gonna be easy.
Sorry. Keep
Girl.
my friend PC for me.
Where do you think you're going?
Wait, where is Luis actually going? Wait a second. Don't leave me down here. We need to make out.
Leon! Over here!
What? Where did you get that? What do you mean over here? What do you want me to do? Oh.
Delivery!
When I missed the shot.
Got a little present just for you. Leon, shoot it!
Okay. My aim, heart eyes emoji. Girl, get over here. It's the bob. The bob is distorting my vision. It's a Bob issue. It's a skill issue, Bob issue. Like, you wouldn't get it if you wouldn't get it. Only people with Bobs know. If you know, you know. What if I drop the hatch when he's on it? He's literally getting gagged. Girl, I can't fucking shoot this shit. I got it, guys.
Just as planned.
I got it.
Let's finish this guy off.
I got it. Oh, excuse me. Oh, he's dead? Oh, I wanted to drop it in the hatch. Well, I'm glad we both made it out alive.
Oh yeah, I think we can get through here.
I kind of ate that a little bit, just a little bit, just a little snack. Speaking of snacks, I'm fucking hungry, bitch. I wish I lived in the city, because if I was living in New York right now, I'd order sushi. Like, I want sushi.
Come on.
Oh. How far are you into this, Angel? Are you streaming it? Or are you just playing it in your free time? Can you please?
There, it's open.
Oh. Hey. Work. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish it tonight.
Up down here too?
I didn't expect it to be so long, especially after the last one that was like 5 minutes long.
They discovered Las Plagas, preserved inside ancient deposits of amber.
Of course they did.
Oh my god. How am I burping when I've had no food? Let's posit that hypothetical.
You're not suggesting we ride this thing.
Do you see any other way?
I'm not on 15. Oh, I thought you were talking about me. I was like, huh? Let's unpot. Not you clocking Angel like that. Not too much of my sister.
Sancho.
There, it's moving. This should speed things up a bit.
Ooh.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Wait,
Hey,
this
we're
is
in a
cute
hurry, right?
though. Wait.
Oh, by the way,
what now?
Hope you like
I love a
rides.
roller coaster. I went on a roller coaster for the first time this year. Can you believe that? Let's unpack that. Yeah. Yeah.
We're going off the
Oh, is this like that one Club Penguin game? They have to lean? It is. Oh my god.
Mierda.
Subway Surfers should sponsor me right now.
Oh yeah, switch straps. If we don't, we're gonna crash.
What the? Bitch, I love roller coasters. I want to go on a roller coaster on a unit. I want to see if this Bob would fly off if I went into a roller coaster with it.
The cart's tipping over.
Have it fly right off. What is that? No, don't use your Magnum. Oh. Oh, it's not his Magnum.
Up ahead. Shoot the board.
Girl, this is literally me trying to play any FPS game.
Left turn. We're curving to the right.
Whoa. Oh, that's just the. Oh. Oh my god, why are you yelling like that? Chill out. Whoa! It is giving club. What? Don't. Oh. 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 Okay, wait, the music? Like, I'm kinda bopping. I catch your bob. It's like the wedding when you get married. Oh my god, catch it! Who's gonna get married next? Oh my god! Did we do it? Is that it?
This it?
Afraid not.
Why would you burn this bob? Are you saying you hate the bob? How dare you? What if I wear this bob for the rest of my life? What if I Gorilla Glue it to my head? What would you do?
They keep coming.
Hello?
Give me a break already.
It wouldn't move. What if I like glued these little pieces to the side of my head like this? Like a little curly Q moment. I think I would get all the trade. All the boys in the club and at my dinner. What is that Little Mix song? Is it Little Mix? Oh, we're going round 2? Go ahead, you first. Bossy bottom.
All right, let's go.
Not this again.
I'm fully passenger princess. He needs to back it up because that's me.
Is that noise what I think it is?
We've got trouble.
Okay, you know what's even more embarrassing? I'm playing on assisted mode and it literally... Is that a chainsaw guy in a rail cart? I'm playing on assisted mode and I'm still missing my shots, by the way. Just want to let you guys know that. I'm literally playing with aimbot and I'm still missing. Just putting that out there. Not too much.
Oh, this is kind of fun. More boards. Left turn.
Girl, I don't know my lefts and rights. I failed everything. I failed driver's ed. I failed school. I want to get those tattoos like people have left and right on their hands, so I know which way is left and right for the rest of my life.
You're going off the rails. Give me a hand.
Girl, please. Ooh, this is like a Disney ride. Okay, never mind. I lied. Where did the chainsaw guy go? Can we get rid of him? Can we please do something about this?
End of the line, asshole.
Oh, he dropped the chainsaw. That's really unfortunate. Do you know you can play this game with a chainsaw controller? That's kind of cunty.
Hey, the cart's tipping over.
Honestly, shirtless Leon makes this game 10 times better.
Give me a hand.
Oh.
Look, you can see where they dug up the bugs.
Oh, they're gonna have more bugs. I'll pass on that one. Get the raid.
You're kidding. Hit the brake. What? Are you serious?
Not him just being like, oh well.
Jump!
Ooh. That did something to me.
Luis, can I get a hand?
Feeling very LGBT.
Give us a 3-2-1 next time, eh, Sancho?
Whatever.
Are we still in the catacombs? Like, my God.
But actually, this works. Oh yeah, let's get on that lift. No way.
Girl, you can jump that.
We can make it if we circle around.
No,
Come on.
you can literally do that.
Yes.
You can make that. Go ahead. You don't have to do a detour, girl, please. Why are you going down like this deep to go around? What are you talking about? Watch, this one's gonna break now. Oh! I didn't even see that there.
Stay sharp. These guys have camouflage.
I unironically fell for the camouflage. These things are so fucking ugly. Like, please get a job. Well, I'm glad I can't climb up that like, oh my God. Holy shit, what the fuck? Yeah, honestly, that thing actually struck fear into me. These bugs are just like ugly and like, can you get off me?
Give me a break already.
Thank you. I am not wasting all my ammo on these ugly roaches. You do not have to worry about me. I'm just getting through here. You're serious? I have to wait for his ass? I'll wait. I'll wait. It's okay. Hello, how's me? What do I have to do to get him over here? Oh, he's coming. Thank you. Take your time. It's okay. No, come on in. We're leaving. Come on in. Oh. Not the hand on the hip and the... Okay.
Beat. Makes you appreciate tech like this.
I don't get you. Why risk your life like this? You don't know us.
I told you. It makes me feel better.
Be straight with me for once.
Huh?
Los Iluminados. I was working for them.
See? There you go.
Helping the two of you doesn't make up for it. I know that. But still, I don't want anyone else to get hurt.
In that case, you better get serious.
Oh.
Harsh words for a squire.
So get fucking serious. Get
Where
real.
the hell-
Let loose.
The fresh air is
Do you see his
calling
hips shaking and his butt wiggling?
Gus, if we made it all this way, you know it means we're almost...
Almost what?
Luis!
Hello?
Long time no see, rookie.
Major Krauser? What the hell? Why?
Recovering stolen goods. And killing a few rats along the way.
Oh, it's time to rock and roll.
Easy work.
Ashley. It was you.
You catch on quick.
Oh, my God.
Didn't I teach you? Knives are faster.
Wait, he was his commander? So they have history?
Not good.
Oh my God. I'll be your commander.
We are just getting started, rookie.
Are you being controlled by that cult?
This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice.
Oh.
Too slow.
What the fuck am I supposed to do?
You're not thinking straight.
Oh, my mind's clearer than it's ever been. Now focus and show me what.
I'm gonna die. Because I'm not good at timing parries.
What you got?
L1. Okay.
Not bad. That all you got? They killed us all. Without honor, without mercy. Only devastating power.
Girl.
Wanting to save myself.
This is so hot. Sorry. I just love men sometimes. But when I mean, excuse me, when I say I mean I love men, I love fictional men. There's not a single man on this earth, well, maybe a couple, but not a lot, that would treat me right like a lot of fictional men. Thank you.
I can understand. What happened was unforgivable. But that doesn't give you the right to hurt innocent people.
You're still a kid, holding on to fantasies of what's right and wrong. What's wrong? Not looking too steady.
Shit.
Exactly.
You don't leave me with much choice.
Enough chit-chat, rookie. Time to put it.
Oof.
Enough play, rookie. You haven't changed a damn bit. What a disappointment.
Okay.
Not looking good, eh, my friend? And such a loss to the ladies of the world.
What about the men?
Take this. The key to my laboratory. Go there and remove those damn parasites.
Hello?
Help Ashley. Shitty life.
You can't die from a stab to the back.
But now, eh?
In these type of video games.
What do you think, Leon? People can change, right?
Okay, I lied. He isn't hot. I'm sorry. Oh, well, now he's dead, so now I feel bad. Okay, he's okay. He can't die like that. Give me a break. He's gonna wake up or something. Oh!
You were a fine night, Don Quixote.
Oh, it's Quixote, not Quixote. That's embarrassing. I've been saying that wrong my entire life.
You won't get away with this, Krauser.
Oh, it's Krauser, not Kaiser? Okay, I just need to, like, not say words. Did we get his wallet? Is that too soon? I just want to make sure he didn't drop any loot. So wait, why did we get off the elevator? Did I miss something?
Leon, there's only time to say this once, so listen up. They took your friend to the top of the clock tower. If you hurry, you might get there before she turns into one of them.
Nice clock tower
so
reference.
You weren't heartless after all. I guess I should be thankful.
Yeah, you should.
Wait, you're so real for that.
Gun rhymes with fun for a welcome. What can I interest you in? Stranger. Ooh, I'll pay a pretty penny for that. You're without a deal well struck. Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less. This kind of work without the necessary pleasant travels.
Just a close-up of his ear. Ooh, wait, this is bouge. Who wants to go on a date with me here when we ride this, when it breaks? Oh my god, romance hard eyes.
There's the clock tower. Hang in there, Ashley.
I swear to god, if this thing fucking breaks and we fall down, I would have gagged. I'd have been like, all right, here we go again. So wait, you're actually being serious that Ada and Leon didn't talk for 6 years after what takes place in Resident Evil 2?
You are nothing if not unyielding, Mr. Kennedy. However, I'm afraid it ends here. Expel this intruder!
Shit.
Oh, hello. Oh, okay. I like your outfit. I'm literally not wasting my ammo on you guys. Okay, maybe you get one. I feel like that was so unnecessary. Thank you for the follow. Moon. Okay. It's not semi-unfair. How about that? Look pretty, thank you. You're lying.
They keep coming.
Lift. How thoughtful.
Maybe.
What?
How did you guys get in here?
Shit! Need to drop some weight.
Next.
Shit.
Wow.
One down.
This actual clock tower reference? Okay. Oh wow. That made me dizzy. I was like, we're really high up. Why would you jump down that way? I don't understand.
There you go.
Elix! Oh my god. Hello, my love. How are you doing? I actually saw you start playing this or something the other day. So I'll stop. I don't want anyone to get spoiled. Hi, how are you doing? We're currently playing Resident Evil. We're doing like a loosely inspired Ashley look. I didn't want to spend money on extra drag, so I kind of threw on this jacket. Oh my god, period. Okay, I was like worried that I didn't want to like spoil you with anything. Even though the game is, you know, old, but whatever. Thank you so much for the raid. Anybody coming in? I'm Nemesis, I'm a trans drag queen variety streamer. I do lots of stuff here on Twitch. Would love to have you when Elix isn't live. But how was the stream? What'd you do over there? Oh, you just said you just finished it. Period. But thank you all for coming. My pronouns are she, her. Please don't misgender me or I will ban you. Yeah, we got the bob going on for Ashley. I wrapped a burgundy t-shirt around my around my neck as a scarf and added a brooch so I kind of looked like Ashley.
I've delivered the girl to you.
Yeah, and I haven't played the
Do tell our Lord
original.
Not forget.
I don't know why I just was never into it, so the bob is bobbing. It definitely is doing its job. We love a little bob. I'm gonna gorilla gooch my head.
Ashley!
Tiffany Blue Bob is so cunt. No, it's literally cunty. Like I love that she kind of, it wasn't as defined in the other one, but her bob is bobbing in this game. Oh, and we have shirtless Leon.
You vulgar, utterly uncivilized mongrel.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, he died. Bitch, she died. 13 months, thank you. I am Chris TV. No, literally, I'm like, this game got 10 times better with his titties out. I got the tramp stamp mod as well. Stop! Not you getting the naked one, almost getting banned like here. Could you imagine? I wish they would, oh. I wish they would do like in The Sims, how they do like a censor. They should do that. Just like censor is, you know. Okay, this is an interesting fight. What's going? Oh, calm, please. No, this is not. There's still like 5 or 6 chapters. Thank you for the raid, Elix. I miss you so much. I hope we can hang out again soon. But thank you so much for the raid. Okay, not me. Oh wait, I have no ammo for this boss fight. Hold on.
So don't get too carried away. Your biggest scene is over.
Leave me out of your crappy script.
Well then, why don't you show me what a first-class script is like through your own actions?
Ooh. Oh, not the pussy. How do you spell pussy?
Either way, since you're wonderfully.
How do you spell Maya? Oh, am I supposed to do something? We take that. Oh, not too much. Oh, he got gagged. Hold on. Excuse me. Get wrecked. Oh, 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 oh.
This bastard! I won't allow it!
Also, anybody that wants to get this giveaway, I'm doing a giveaway of this game. It's available on my Twitter. If you retweet the post and follow me on Twitter and Twitch, you can win a copy of this on PC. Alright. Word. Correct. Ooh, nice lip stick. I'm just gonna call it a lipstick. Ooh, hi Leon. This is pretty.
Ashley, no time to lose.
Let's go to the beach each. Let's go get away. Oh wait, that's right, the island. I forgot everybody was the island bit. Island gal. Whew. What's that noise? Oh, it's a boat. I thought it was...
Where do you think you're taking her?
I miss Ashley. Come back to us, queen. Literally.
Perfect. Won't have to swim after all.
Was he expecting to swim? Like, is that what he would have done? Swim his ass over there? I'm dead. He literally DJAF.
Ah, damn it.
Oh, she is wearing thigh highs, queen. Oh!
You look like you've got something to say.
I have something to ask you.
Let's fuck! Sorry.
But I don't think I'll get a straight answer. Raccoon City. You know, after the incident, the world changed. You try to save one person, 100 others die. I guess I changed too.
You. Leon S. Kennedy. You haven't changed. You just think you have.
Why did they change her voice from the second to this one?
So here's my question. Have you changed, Ada? Or are you just trying to use me again?
What do you think? We're here. Don't think too hard, handsome. See you later.
Story of my life.
Not don't think too hard, handsome. I can't. This looks fucking atrocious. What do I do? Just shoot it? What are they, recorders? I'm taking this jacket off because it's hot. I'm like wearing like 5 things. Hold on. This is too much. Like a dress and another dress. Girl, I'm about to fucking cut myself out of this dress, please. What the fuck? I just ripped it. I don't care. This dress never fit anyway. It's going right in the trash. Change your costume, Mimi. Oh, and I will. It doesn't look too far off. Right? Still look like Ashley. Just hot. Let me take the brooch and put it on my shirt, because I don't want to put this back on. Oh. Oh.
Damn it.
Honestly, I'd rather fight. I hate sneaking. Oh my god, those are Gatling guns too? I just thought they would alert. Wow. That was so unfair. Where is this brute? Oh, right here. Hi. I'm actually gonna use this on you. Easy.
Next.
Okay, well now I'm stuck. That's so annoying. Ow? All right.
It's got teeth.
Dumbass. Look at this idiot. These guys up here are stupid.
A rocket launcher? This isn't good.
He just blew himself up. No, he didn't. Bye.
This where they're keeping Ashley?
LOL.
Doesn't look like I can get in through here. Need to find another way.
Oh, wow. Glad they brought those back. You gonna bring back the bear traps too? I hear another bomb.
Won't open.
Time is it? Oh, it is 2 a.m. Oh, wow. Not like I wouldn't be awake, but I'm just shocked. Time flew? Girl, when they do... Come over here. Oh, damn it. It auto-aimed to it. Whoa. What's tea, brother? Sorry, not the redacted Hogan reference.
Ashley! Ashley!
She's napping, shush.
Come on, Ashley, wake up! Shit!
Hang in there.
Oh, please. Of course, thank you for hanging. Bitch, you do not scare me.
Damn it.
Exactly.
Need a key card. Door's jammed.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I want like booty shorts, like Daisy Dukes, or a thong, if that's allowed. Wildly unnecessary.
I have some new goods that might interest you. Welcome. I got something new for you.
I don't think there's anything you can sell me right now.
Better to be over-prepared, am I right? All my wares are in. I don't always have this in stock, stranger. Information is a commodity these days. Will that be all then? Oh, my back is killing me. Years haven't been kind to us, I suppose.
Oh, that's a cute reference, he
I'll buy
said.
almost anything.
I like they established the items that can have more money, but also the ones that you can sell, so you don't accidentally sell something. I like that a lot. Thank you, developers.
Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Let me sell this assault rifle. Well, let me put it away.
Anytime. Welcome. All yours, stranger. Try that on for size. Will that be all? Don't. Get yourself killed now.
Work. Great.
Why not treat yourself, mate?
I need a key card. Is there seriously not a key card in here? Oh, I guess this way. Why is he groaning so much? Where are we? What the fuck is that? I'm a little nervous. Please bring your level 1 keycard to dissection. Overwrite 2 clearance with the machine located in freezer. Overwrite the card with level 3 clearance in the incubation. I don't remember anything I just said, but it's okay. Start with dissection, something incubation. Wait, where did that thing go? Ew, I hate this. Leon, turn your light on. This game is like so... Like, parts of this gives me so alien vibes. Yeah, right? Same. Ew! Ew! Ew!
Christ. What kind of experiments are they doing here?
I feel like the bob is out of place. Hold on. Oh no, she's good. She's in a good spot. Oh wait, I look beat though. Like my mug is kind of Oh god, here we go. Wouldn't be Resident Evil if you didn't pick something up and then something happened. Oh my god, if this moves, I'm gonna literally...
What the fuck are you?
I've heard about these. They're called regenerators. Oh my god, run. Oh, this leads to level 2. Where did it say? I think we have to go maybe this way?
Ooh, you have the stench
No,
of battle
we're good.
on you, mate.
We have to go back this way. Ew, the music! I literally hate my life so much. I hate my... Ew, it's so ugly! Ew, 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 ew. It looks like that thing from Scary Stories You Told in the Dark.
Gotta switch the power over.
Oh my god.
I hate my life, 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 I hate my life. Stop! Oh my god, they're so scary. Oh my god, oh my god. Where do we flip the switch?
Oh, nothing but the finest ways.
Oh. Oh my god, I'm so smart. Oh, I hate this already. I can't do this. No, don't do this to me.
Shit, again?
Oh, 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 oh.
Come on, what's taking so long?
To be fair, I am built like that, so please don't make fun of the way they're built, because I literally look like that. Let's not do that right now. Hey, girl. Right here. Let me in, please. Eep! Running, running. I hear more zombies. I can't do this. Hello. Did you guys really expect me to be stealthy in this? NemesisLacroix. Oh, I like the scope. Wait a second. That eats. Wasn't expecting that. Oh, let's not do that. I can only assume what's gonna happen when I go in there. To nobody's surprise. Girl, get real. I wonder what's gonna happen. Oh, his boobs look good right there. Oh, wait a second. Sorry. Who said that? What was that? What happened? What the fuck? Buy sensor scope. Oh my god, buy king.
Need a wrench to get this open.
I'll give you a wrench, all right.
Where the fuck do I get a wrench? These things are gonna break. Oh, don't do this to me right now, please. That hurt. Not gonna lie. Not weak. Thank you. Do any of you gentlemen have a wrench? I would have gagged if it jumped out at me. Could you imagine? Oh. Not too loud now, Leon. They're about to jump at us. Oh, is this it? Oh, nope. I love all of the ammo they're giving us in here because all four of them are gonna come attack us. I literally already know it. Girl, where is this? Is this it right here? Oh, no, the stethoscope. Wait, that'd be a great drag name. Stethoscope. Or stethoscope, whatever the fuck it is. What's in this box? Okay. Oh, put it on. Put it on, bitch. Oh. I feel like I'm playing fucking Modern Warfare. Work. Wait, don't tell me the wrench is inside one of the... Bitch! Get the fuck out of there. Give me my fucking wrench. Oh, they're all coming out to play. I didn't invite some of you, so... Shit. Okay. Girl, what the fuck? How do we do the procedure? Bitch, give me my lime. Give me my wrench. Girl, give me my wrench. What's it to ya? Why are they wiggling all over the floor? Can you please? Yeah, that's what I thought, ma'am. That's what I thought. Excuse me, gentlemen. I can't believe they put that wrench in that bitch. I'm dead. Oh, we're processing. Who invited you? This is not your moment. Girl, back it up, Mr. Face Mask. I like how they kind of just stand there sometimes. They're like, hi. Oh, you better back it up. Wait, why are you guys lighting the fuses while it's still in your hand? Just a question. Okay, you guys have fun. Okay, okay, everybody move. Let's move. Thank you. Single file line. I'm gonna open this door. There's gonna be a bitch in my face. Watch. Okay, I lied. Hey, girl. Excuse me. I actually don't think I need to be here anymore. If you would excuse me.
Take a look. Something's back.
What if those things like just ran in here and killed the merchant? Honestly, that'd be kind of fierce. What the fuck? Uh-huh. Aha, I was correct. I was like, do I really have to go all the way back? And I did. Exactly.
Ashley.
Did they use a zip tie to tie her up? Be real.
Shit. You're gonna be okay.
Well, she's sleeping, so. I take a nap right here. He said, I'm gonna take a nap right here. That was a good chapter. I really like that. Those things are scary. Oh. The quivering. When men whimper, heart eyes emoji. Share this if you like to hear men whimper or you like French fries. Shares.
Thank you. You brought the medicine just in time.
Can you stand?
Where's Luis?
He was worried about you. Until the end. Come on. We don't have much time. Let's get rid of these things.
For Luis.
Loving the reference to the old game of taking the blazer off so she's in her original attire.
There's a lab where we can remove the parasites.
It's a nice little detail.
I had a crazy hunch that you'd know where it is.
Their most important facilities are housed in their sanctuary at the top of the mountain. That's where I'd look.
Huh. Need of the encyclopedia.
Happy to help. Now you owe me.
Girl, can you put your hand down so we can, like, Jesus. So where are we headed?
You got it?
Duh.
I need you to open it from the other side.
Let me combine. I'm just gonna finish this game tonight if I'm honest.
pretty much a master of unlocking.
Unlock it, lock it, got the key and you unlock it. Give me this.
Got some new wares. Welcome. What can I interest
Bothered.
you in? Stocking up while you can. Come back anytime.
That is precisely what I am doing. I am stocking up while I can. Take notice. Okay.
Let's find another way.
Of course we have to. Well, that didn't work out.
Not bad, right?
Ew, 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 you are so ugly. I'm trying to be nice here.
Be careful.
Spread out!
Okay.
Come on.
No prob.
Oh. Welcome in. Ooh. I'm struggling with my ammo, I guess. I didn't think we were this low on ammo, but we are. Oh, hello. Where did you come from?
They keep coming.
Okay.
Don't leave me.
Shit!
Do not touch me.
Damn it!
Stay back.
Where is she?
Hey, over here. Let me go. Leon. Help.
Okay. What? I don't understand.
Damn. I knew it. Give me a break already.
You okay?
Yeah.
Girl, why'd you slam the door in my face?
Here, hold this down.
Hey.
Yeah, I have no fucking ammo. This is insane.
Don't leave me.
I'm trying not to, but like, what do you, how do I?
You good?
On me!
Hang on!
¡Les he encontrado!
Seriously?
Twisty son of a bitch.
All right.
Spread out!
Okay.
Ah.
Oh my god. Is this seriously not the right ammo for this gun? I literally hate my life.
Shit.
I have no ammo at all. Just kidding, I have some in the handgun.
You're in the way! They keep coming. Come on!
Hang on. You all right?
Yeah, no big deal.
This looks fun.
Smells pretty bad. You okay?
Yeah. Before this would have killed me, though.
We go at the same time, yeah?
Got it.
Okay. We go at the same time.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I was like,
Yeah.
what?
Wait here.
Hang on.
You can only imagine what's coming next. That explains it.
President.
Did that just kill me? Oh. Oh my god, I don't have ammo anymore.
What the fuck?
What?
Die, you stubborn son of a bitch.
Oh! Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my god. Ashley, why did you get out of the locker? That literally could have killed you.
You're not hurt, are you?
No, I'm good. Get that lever.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I have 7 bullets. Okay, now I have some ammo. 27 bullets. Very nice.
No power. Get this for me.
Leave it to me. I'm actually pretty good at this stuff.
Do not have a good feeling about this. This is not good at all.
Ashley, damn it!
One down. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Alright, it's so close. God damn it. Well, that has to be that way. There's no other way around it.
You have the stench of battle on you, mate.
Why can't I? That's so bizarre.
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. Not bad. Don't get... It's welcome. What you see is what I've got. Oh, I knew you'd choose that one. Well then, what can I do you for? Come. Back. Welcome. I don't always have this in stock, stranger. Pleasant. Welcome.
So...
all my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you. Will that be all then?
How do I get assault rifle ammo? Oh, it's like the... oh, like this? It uses the same thing as this? Well, damn. That's inconvenient.
At times, mate.
Okay. Girl, what do I have for a snack? My stomach has been rumbling and doing all the things. Like, let me chow down for a second. Been streaming for like 5 hours, no food. No, yeah, literally. I'm supposed to go to the doctor tomorrow, and I need to like be kind to my body. That should be better.
Welcome. That cash in your pocket or your life. Easy choice. Suit yourself, stranger.
All right.
Leon! Thanks.
Me next. This is a boss fight.
Leon!
It's boss time!
That the lift?
If we could do something about this wall.
A wrecking ball.
got this.
She was so quick with it too.
You're serious?
Oh my god, my favorite Overwatch character. Wrecking Ball.
Is this what they teach kids in school these days?
Have you never heard of driver's ed? Get back. Leon!
Leave our friends to me.
Girl, hit them with the wrecking ball. The fuck you mean? Hey, buddy, back it up. Ooh. What is that noise? Not you frickin' wall. The screaming? Like, girl, you're okay. It's really fine. We can use this. I hate these iron shield guys. I did not mean to shoot that. Oops.
The hole's getting bigger. Almost there.
If you all want to beaten that bad, I'm happy to oblige.
Is that a rocket launcher?
These people don't learn.
The scream? Cam. What the? I feel like the spider brigade was a little unnecessary. You have a rainbow wig for Pride events? No. No. Baby, I'm one of the dolls. I only got a blonde unit and this cute little Party City wig, and that's it. Oh, Ashley just assaulted me with the thing. Oh, not a rainbow wig.
Here we go. That did it.
Come on.
Is she gonna... You can come out now.
Did you see me? That was awesome.
I think you might have found your calling.
Probably. I genuinely think they just want to redo all of the games on this engine.
We work well together, don't we?
I guess so.
Right? Maybe someday I'll become an agent like you. What do you think? We could protect the US from any and all threats.
Is that right? Well, either way, first we have to make it out of here.
You're no fun.
Girl, we're literally like on a deserted island in the middle of nowhere, and she's like, a Gorky, I'm gonna be an agent one day. Girl, you could die. Love her, but like, girl, please. What is that? It's Zhongli from Genshin Impact. For Rex Lapis. I thought he said prostate.
This is our holy
Wait.
body.
Oh,
Our divine providence ensued. Such profound blessing for all. Lost blood.
He said prostate. He did.
Welcome, my children. I am Osman Sadler, the speaker for our Lord.
Tell someone who gives a shit.
Foolish lambs.
Not too much now. I'm a big fan of Resident Evil 6.
Now, abandon your body. Obey. Obey the voice of our Lord.
No! Stop! No!
Sweet child, do not resist.
Oh, she looks fucked up. That is so lucky.
Wicked sinners. My faithful disciples shall deliver to you your penance. Now, child, you need not be afraid. Submit your body and release yourself from fear.
Oh, these people are like, oh, they're like bound and like.
Sadler, you bastard.
They couldn't have gone that far. Oh my god, rat! Rat, baby. I love you so much. How are you doing? Are you playing this? I don't want to spoil it for you if you're waiting to play this. Ah! Let's drop my controller. Hi, Annie. Hi, Millo. Hi, Vapor. Welcome in, everybody. Anybody doesn't know me, I'm Nemesis. I'm trans. I do drag. I do lots of fun stuff over here. Variety streamer. Would love to have you if Rat isn't live. Thank you so much for joining. No, I'll stop right here so you can take a hot minute. But hi. Thank you so much for joining and rating. How was your stream? I'm doing an Ashley kind of cosplay. I didn't want to like spend more money. I had a jacket earlier. It wasn't really that accurate. This is also a t-shirt I wrapped around myself. Like, it's whatever. Ooh, hot. Love that for you. Oh, I just unplugged my headphones. I have it installed and I've played it a couple times, but I haven't like been addicted to it. I'm too addicted to Overwatch and also a little bit of I don't know. Mostly Overwatch. Just hop around some other shit when I'm... Are you enjoying? I am. I'm very close to the end, so I think I'm just gonna stick it through till the end. We have like 2 chapters left, apparently, and we're at the end of chapter 14, so we have... Oh, so we technically have 3, right? No, we have 2. We're gonna... Because if I stop now, like, it wouldn't make sense. Also, I'm gonna be on Australia eventually. I want to come see you guys. I'm going this summer, which is gonna be your winter. But I would love to somehow make that a reality. Honestly, kind of a serve. It's gonna be hotter than it would be here anyways, because literally Massachusetts winters are fucking hell. And yeah, so it's whatever. It's gonna be hot anyway. No, please do. I would actually love to plan something because while I'm there, I kind of want to hit all the spots. So I want to go to like Sydney, Melbourne. I'm gonna be staying in South Australia, but I still want to, like, I'm gonna be across the world. Like, it's not a 300 or what? It's not even that expensive. Oh, not too much now. Not all the G spots. Hold on. No. Oh. Annie, how are you doing? Happy to see you as well. But yeah, we're just trying to finish this game because the Bayonetta game came out too, so I have to finish that. And then also WWE is out, and y'all know I love my WWE, so that's also out. So there's a lot of stuff to do. This is like just another thing on my agenda I'm trying to finish. I'm excited. I love, everybody's always like, Nem, you don't want to be in the hot. Like, you don't want to go to LA. You don't want to go to Australia. You don't want to go to Arizona. You don't want to go to Vegas. I'm like, I want to be drenched in sweat, only wearing like a bra and panty outside every day, all day. I don't think people understand. Like, I want to be drenched. I hate living in the cold. I never want to feel the bitterness of cold ever again in my life. I'm so over it. So if I could eventually move to Australia, I would. It's not even that hot. Honestly, I want to be an LA girl so bad. LA girl or Australia girl, either one, I would love. Oh, I have to write something down. I almost forgot something. Just remembered for no fucking reason. Thank you again for the raid, though. I appreciate you. I'm going to kick back into this game, so I don't want you to get spoiled. We're kind of not at a story progression part anyway, so if you saw anything. Thank you for the raid. I feel like instead of saying rum, I would say rum. Huh? Why they got pics of me over here?
rhymes with fun for a reason, stranger. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying?
What are you buying?
I'll buy almost anything. A deal come.
Looking at my cookie. Come and take a lookie.
I'm back. Well,
Girl, give me one fucking thing. Give me one gem. What uncut gems? You really don't have one uncut gem.
how have we procured these curiosities?
You're sick.
You don't want to know, mate. Better to be over-prepared, am I right? Will that be a pleasant welcome?
I'm just gonna sell it. I literally don't care.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The price, well, that's our choice to make. Thank you. If you want a fighting chance out there, you best. There you are, as you wished. See how that feels, mate. A
There
fella
goes all
like
my
yourself
money.
should notice the difference right away. Your valuables come back anytime.
I don't know. Maybe he should pull out a lightsaber, actually, I think.
I've been waiting for you, rookie. Oh, worried about the girl, is that it? That's just like you. You always had poor judgment. But if you think I'm gonna let you out of here alive, you're even more naive than I thought. You can't save her. You can't save anyone.
Give it up, Krauser. Being a lackey for these maniacs won't bring your men back. And what the hell for? Revenge on the government? You think they would want that?
Revenge. You think I'm doing all this for revenge?
Isn't that what this is all about?
See, in that jungle, I had a revelation. The most important thing in this world is pure, unadulterated power. Those Illuminados have given me that.
You know, you were always an asshole. But at least you had some kind of code. Some honor. And look at you now.
Enough reminiscing. Move out and draw fire, soldier!
Liking the soundtrack a little bit. Hold on.
Better run, rookie!
Not like I have a choice.
What's wrong? Show no mercy! Where's your instinct? You think you can get the drop on me? You're slow. And so goddamn weak. Way too slow. I don't.
fuck.
There's nowhere to run.
What the?
You better hustle. Who knows what's become of the girl? Remember the fight in the jungle? We barely made it out alive.
Go with your gut, don't think. That was the first thing you taught me. He's turned this place into one big trap. And I can't fight him on his terms.
I didn't like that. Didn't enjoy that. Oh, of course they bring back the bear traps. Oh! Oh my god! Like, actually made this his place like a little... You're pathetic.
I'm no stranger to covert tactics, remember?
How can I forget? Shit.
I love a good hunt.
Or when Alexa called Rhonda an overhyped rookie.
You got lucky.
When are we gonna be ready to admit that Alexa's been one of, if not the best heel we've gotten in the last, I want to say like decade for women's wrestling?
You've done well to stay alive this long.
I'd be dead if I kept listening to people like you.
You need to pick up the pace. Think about the girl.
Hi, Shogun.
Reaper comes for cowards and the careless alike. Which are you?
I don't know. Guess I'll ask when I see him. Well, you've really gone all out for me. You shouldn't have.
Anything to make the pretty boy feel special. You passed with flying colors. Here's your medal.
Thanks for opening the door for me.
This is it, soldier! Or losing. Making mistakes.
I'm not falling for your mind games.
Get him, Leon.
Sure you don't need a breather? That arm of yours must be killing you.
Just opening a new wound is the best way to forget someone.
You're really doing this? It's not too late.
You and me are two sides of the same
Get
coin.
him.
Guess that means we'll never see eye to eye. You've made it all this way, but you have
that as a compliment.
You and I have chosen different paths. All that's left now is to settle this the old-fashioned.
I was thinking the same thing, Krauser. Let's finish this, Krauser.
I wouldn't want to die with it.
Are we done here, Krauser?
I told you. Again and again. You're too soft.
I'm glad you took your shirt off.
What's necessary? That's the difference between you.
Why did I just moan?
Rookie.
I don't know. I don't know.
Time to finish your training.
Not this.
Witness the power!
You've lost it completely, Krauser.
Oh!
So that's your true power? Oh, I'd ask for a refund.
You're gonna regret that smart mouth of yours.
Fully Soul Calibur Soul Edge in Soul Calibur 3.
You're not getting away! I can't wait to see you ride!
Yeah. He's a lot hotter with his hat off and...
Training's not done.
Oh, now he has
Last
two
lesson
arms.
starts right now.
Nah. Time for the teacher to be taught.
Oh, such confidence.
Oh my god, his...
Bring it, rookie!
I'm right there, bruh. I gotta.
Are you ready?
His titties are tittying. I'm obsessed. Leon, you're getting out tittied.
I'm not surprised you made it this far.
Oh, I lost my knife. That's not good.
But I didn't expect anything less. After all, I know your potential better than anyone. It's a damn shame you can't see the truth. How long do you plan to fight in that primitive body of yours?
Until the mission's finished. You'd have said the same once.
You need to stop living in the past. Strength is everything. Weak can protect nothing.
The way you're going, there won't be anything left to protect. You'd have known that once.
That's where you're wrong. I didn't know a damn thing. Now I do. You can't deny this power. Imagine the strength.
And turn into a freak like you. You gotta be out of your mind.
Always trying to get the last word. Come here. I'll beat that out of you. Yes! This is the moment I've been waiting for. Come at me, rookie. Show me what it is you've got that I don't! Don't stop! You have your orders! You're leaving yourself open!
It gagged.
Do what you have to do.
Kaiser's hot. Like hot. But he gives like Silver Fox on him for whatever reason. I have a thing for that, so. Ooh.
That's right. I trained well. Leon.
That was so queer coded. Sorry. That was full top bottom scenario. Like they could literally record, they could take that audio clip and put it over some like Source FM animation. Girl, he's not dead. I know he's not. Yeah, I mean, that was there. He had a little crush on him, I think. Methinks. Fully. He also kept calling him pretty boy. Like, he had the hots for Leon. Like, he knows that Leon's a little fruity. Honestly, if anybody thinks Leon is not bisexual, you have another thing coming.
That's gotta be their sanctuary. Ashley.
He is so bi-coded.
Oh, nothing but the finest ways.
I was just here. I don't need anything. Actually, maybe some first aid
Welcome.
sprays.
Ooh, what you buying? Better to be over-prepared. Pleasant travels.
You don't want to get into that conversation with me because I'll get nasty with it. Hey, losers.
One down.
Hello?
What was that?
We're being saved.
Sorry, bad traffic. One combat chopper compliments the Hunnigan. Coming back.
Helicopter.
Hunnigan. I owe you one.
Oh yeah, more customers. Lure them into an open area. I'll give them what they came for.
Oh, hi. Can you guys back up? I have no idea where I'm supposed to go.
Sorry, must have slipped.
I like literally have no idea where I'm supposed to go. Am I supposed to go somewhere? Oh no.
All right, go, go, go!
Took you long enough. Like literally, what took you that long?
Leave the area up ahead to me. Take a break before you join in on the fun.
Take a break, take a selfie. We'll be right back.
Hey, guy! What can I say? I never miss.
Not bad at all.
Hi. What in God's name? Not too much.
Hang on. That's gonna be a problem. Hey, tough guy, do something about that turret. I need 6 minutes anyway.
Okay. I have to say something, maybe controversial yet brave. How literally the same people that say Resident Evil 4 is one of the best games are the same people trashing 5 and 6. Like, this is literally the amount of, like, action that was in 5 and 6. Like, not too much. Like, they're all good games, but not, let's be real here. This is full Call of Duty. You can't say in the same breath, I like Resident Evil 4, but I don't like Resident Evil 5 and 6.
There you go.
Hurry up and do something about that gun, would you?
Working on it. Real, actually. There's no point in wasting my ammo. I don't think so. Y'all just shit on Resident Evil 6 to shit on it. I don't think it's that bad.
Damn. I knew it. Time for a taste of your own medicine.
This is a lot.
serious.
I was gonna say, can you please do that?
Come on.
Oh. How do I get out of here?
Give me a break already.
Where's the next spot? Probably have to go back down. All right, Mr. Airplane Guy, let's not shoot me while I'm down here.
Next.
Gates open! Go get rowdy!
Hey, everyone. Okay, don't do that.
Bad news! I'm out of ammo! You'll have to handle this one on your own! Don't worry! You got this! Bet you won't even break a sweat!
One down.
Oh, hi. Fuck. Oh, there's a ladder. Yeah, well now I'm about to die too, so.
None left.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
When we get out of here, drinks are on me. I know a good bar.
Oh, he's about to die. You can't say that in a game like this.
Yeah, keep your head down.
Nice and slow.
Yep, there he goes.
Damn it!
No.
Can't say when we get out of there, because then you don't get out of there.
Mike! Sadler.
make sure you're the next to go, Sadler. What the?
Okay, but this isn't what I'm looking for. I need the guy. Why is he not showing up now when I need him the most? Like, he's everywhere all at once, and then now he's not. That's so frustrating.
Not one of these again.
Oh, sorry, you fell. Bye, flop. Not this. Oh, great. Oh. What the? I have somewhere to be. That shouldn't have worked, but it did. I'll take it. A win's a win. Hey, you finally decide to show up, you fucker. Don't even tell me I smell bad right now. Fuck you, dude.
Hold on, you mate. Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? Ah, I'll buy it at a high price. give that the care it deserves, mate. Try that on for size. There you are, as you wished. We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. Stocking up while you can. Wise choice. I don't get... Get yourself killed now.
Very funny.
Almost there. Ashley,
He was speaking. Could you let him speak? Ashley, I'm almost blank. We'll never know what he was gonna say because the bugs.
next.
Where did that come from?
There you go.
Hello. Boop. Okay. Ow? Like, do you mind, actually? My God, finally. ARAM? Like the League of Legends game mode?
Ashley!
Is that her? I can't see. Hey, girl. Oh, not this again.
You have come, my child.
What do you want?
I simply wish to share this gift with as many as possible. A humble wish, don't you think? You see, we are all connected through the holy body. And now your flesh...
Not so much.
And bones, your very thoughts, are already one with us.
Bullshit.
Ugh, you look gross.
Why do you reject serenity when you need only accept the sacred gift? Like she did.
Sadler!
Oh, is it like tearing up his insides?
The time has come for this lamb to join our covenant. Oh, blessings unto him and the sweet mercy they bring. Exalt all and let it be so.
Oh, she gagged.
Go!
Like, no one does it like her.
Ashley. Ashley. Damn it.
Oh, they're both looking rough, girl.
Laboratory B. Looks like it's this way.
Ooh, Leon moaning ASMR for the next couple minutes. Oh.
The hell?
Yeah, I'm kind of like interested why they didn't give her gorgeous dress in this. Isn't this the one where she has the gorgeous like kimono dress? The like cheapao. Why did they get rid of it? That's a bizarre choice. She looks hot, but like that's like I would say her probably most iconic look.
Still you resist, child.
Whoa, I have to play this? Oh my god, stop. I'm so disoriented. Ew, this is creepy.
Enough.
Snap out of it, Leon! Maybe he needs true love's kiss to wake him up.
God damn it.
Mwah. Yeah, he's got a long back going on. The shit Leon goes through and he's like, yep, another day on the job. It's like, let me clock in for tomorrow.
This time, it has to be different.
You go first.
No way. Like I told you, I'm gonna get you home safe.
To be fair, you should heal yourself first because if you go crazy, you could kill both of you, but Ashley could just stab you and you're fine.
Here goes nothing.
Electric chair. Oh, somebody help him. Oh, do you need help, honey? I got you. I cuff his breasts. You're fine. You need to breathe in the paper bag, Leon.
Ashley. Ashley.
I'm right here.
Our minds.
I thought you were gonna die.
Okay.
Oh, move over, bitch. He's mine. Excuse the fuck out of you.
You did this.
Yeah. Yeah, I did this. Can you stand?
Leon, I'm dying. I need dick-to-mouth resuscitation.
Yeah, I found it. I think it says we can get out if we go this way. Hey, we're a team, right?
Girl, shut up. Corny ass.
I'll be out of a job.
So all of this, removing the parasites, this was Luis.
Yeah, we're alive. Thanks to him.
Can I look at the picture? Jesus Christ! Can I look? Okay, you know what? I give up. Yeah, it is, Luis.
Not the most uncomfortable place I've slept before.
I wish I could read.
Someone had a field day looting the Umbrella Labs.
This would be great if I knew how to read. Is that a toaster? Is that some Hot Pockets? What are the... Is that some blue bacon?
Sorry.
Like I said, we're a team.
Okay, I don't want to be the one, but like, why haven't we given Ashley a gun this entire time?
You're getting good at that.
Right? You sure you're okay?
Never been better.
Good.
Is it like... I guess it's like cop code or something. I don't know. Who cares? I want to give her a gun after trying to stab. Well, she's fine now. I would give her it now. Before, maybe I understood, but now I'm like, what?
That woman who helped us. You think she's all right?
Oh, I'm sure she's fine. She's not the type to roll over that easy.
Honestly, I literally DJF what any of you say. Ada's story in Resident Evil 6 was so camp. Like the clone story, bitch, that was so gaggy. I lived.
Sounds like you know her well. Hey, wait, Leon!
I know, she's getting jealous. She said, oh, you guys are a what? Oh yeah, excuse me, sorry. I called the cop a different form of another cop, so excuse me. Forgive me. I misspoke. It's the Twader.
Why not treat yourself?
Girl, get rid of this.
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on. Better to be. Might want to take care of any leftover errands before going this way.
Girl, I literally DJF.
Rest of your life wondering what.
Maybe you can. I am not going to be the person to find out.
Am I right?
Leon, look! Is that...
Where are we looking?
Ada!
Ada!
thinks he's gonna lure me out.
What if he was like, nah, fuck her, I'm out.
Stay here.
What?
I won't be long.
What? Okay. What? Can we at least put her what? What? I know you're not serious at all, Leon, right now.
Ada!
Could you not catch her? She's literally dead. She fell hard.
You renegade. You have forsaken holy body. The price.
Oh, here he goes.
To become one with us.
You require absolution.
Absolution? Like WWE, Sonya, Mandy, and Paige? I love the tribute. Oh.
Such blasphemous desecration, such unforgivable heresy. Yet, is it not the sinner who is in most need of salvation? Kneel before a powerful child, and he shall bless you once more.
The way I heard it so faintly. Oh. Running, running, running. The way I literally DJ AF right now, like, you are such a flop.
The blood on their hands. Even now, I hear the voices. I hear them. Their voices. Those martyrs who died before the faith.
Girl, just put it. Am I really gonna have to... Was it that hard? It couldn't auto sort that?
The voices of my flock. Almighty, for your miraculous acts, we thank you.
Actually watching this, like, oh, that's nice. He could quite literally go over and jump and get Ashley if he wanted. Oh, let's not do that. Oh, that's nice. I don't even know where that was. What does this do? Oh, that makes sense. He's trying to get me, gal. You think you can outdo the doll? And when I do this, are you done? Where did Ada go? Like, not that she has to help, because after we made her fall to the ground, she shouldn't help us, because what was that about? That was so rude of Leon. After he's been catching Ashley the entire game. Oh, he's letting out a bit of a giggle. And I have no ammo left, so that's nice. I like actually have no ammo left in this game. I need to get around him. Push him in the water. Well, he's not dead. Just putting that out there. What did I say?
I'm getting sick of your shit.
Girl, me too. Oh.
Finally, a look that suits you, Sadler. A monster in and out. Still, I need to cut this date short. It's not me. It's you.
I'm about to run out of ammo.
Use this!
Yeah, wait, she just threw an RPG at us and loaded. It could have fully just blew up at us. Oh, deep throw. You don't have deep throw that spear. Glock, 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 glock. Oh my god, Leon gets the shit kicked out of him in this game. Jesus Christ. Bro gets tossed around. Exactly. Trans rights.
Ada, what the hell are you doing?
Nothing personal, Leon. Luis and I had an arrangement. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. Ride's here. You coming?
I think we both know this is where we go our separate ways.
Oh, is this a breakup?
I see.
Oh, pose, mother.
Better get a move on.
stunty cunty.
Cute.
Until next time, Leon.
Yeah, I think so. Which I hope they add it.
Where's she going?
Who knows?
I don't understand. Why would she just...
We gotta move. Island's gonna blow.
It's gonna what?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Leon literally said, no, we're gonna go our own way. It's not Ada's fault. Let's not blame women. I have no ammo.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Like, actually none. Like, not even just a joke. Like, I literally have no ammo.
We can go home.
We're not out of here yet.
Thanks.
Oh, of course. Okay, we run.
They're not attacking. What's going on?
They're nothing now their master's gone. It's over for them.
Let's not jinx that, because if an enemy decides to get up and try to fight us, I have no ammo to do that, so... Let's give them the benefit of the doubt.
All right. Not bad, Ada.
You like thrill rides?
I love them.
Oh, I do too.
Love this.
Oh, Jesus. One last scream for old time's sake. Ah! Oh my goodness! Me. She's so queen. The voice actor was like, rent is due. I'm gonna do these screams, girl. Oh my god, this is crazy. Rent was due. I know, she said, let me let out a giggle.
You alright?
That was cute.
I'm not sure, that was insane. Mission accomplished, right?
Mission accomplished. When you're home safe.
Thank you for saving me.
Don't mention it.
You know, I could put in a word with my dad. Have you assigned to my detail, if you're interested.
You don't need me. You proved you could handle yourself. Even if you could use a lesson in knife safety. Come on. Let's go home.
Condor 1? Roost to Condor 1, do you read me?
Poor
Come in.
Hunnigan. She's like, where the fuck are you?
Leon, are you and Ashley all right? Where are you? Come on!
Poor Hannigan. Oh my god. Respond to her. Pretty incredible remake. I was very impressed. Yeah, I liked Ashley's section a lot. The part that you played as Ashley, that was really fun. It felt like Final Girl, like scary movie tease. I think my favorite section of the game is gonna come to a shock to some people that watch a lot of my content, is all of the parts of it that it felt like a xenomorph, like, alien movie. And y'all know I don't like space and alien shit, but like, those parts were scary. Like the part in the basement with that giant lizard thing and then the regen guys. Oh my god, those were scary. Those are probably my favorite parts though. My least favorite part is probably the, I think chapter 4 or 5 where you scavenger hunt for the parts or whatever. Oh, excuse me. You have to ride around in the boat. We did that yesterday. That was horrible. I hated it. Hated it. Post-credit scene. This is what everybody's saying is confirming Resident Evil 5 Remake.
I've obtained the amber.
Excellent.
Just one question. What are you planning to do with this?
I do not pay you
to ask questions. All you need to know is a new dawn is breaking.
100 will give their lives so that just one may live. I am expediting that change.
So, we're talking millions of casualties.
Billions.
How ambitious. We're changing course. Now.
I don't know if that's grounds to be like, oh yeah, they're completely doing Resident Evil 5 again, but I think it leaves it open-ended, so if they wanted to do it, they could. Because, like, nobody can deny Wesker is probably one of the best villains of all time. And highlighting him, I think, would do Capcom only good things. She said, ugh, I get to rest.
Excellent job.
Oh, why, thank you, Hunnigan. When loading the main story save data, it will carry over the data when you start new weapons, and the merchant will be S rank. Well, that'll do it. We did it, y'all. We did it, Joe. We did it. Thank goodness, because we have a stacked schedule with so many games releasing in March to April. So I'm glad we got to bust down this one and finish it up, especially in the little cosplay that I did. So wraps it up quite nicely. But I had a great time. I really loved that. I think it was a great game. Pinstripe Leon. An eye patch accessory. Can you just look at the costumes? Work. What the fuck? Oh, jacket and jacketless. Okay. I know if we do the jacket, it'll be shirtless when we load into a game. Let me load up this. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Love that. Well, that wraps that up. I had a great time. I thought that was an amazing remake. I really hope they continue to do games on that engine. Like, I really hope they do. I think it would only help the franchise. And it's only going to do them better if they remake the games on there. If they remake 5, if they remake Code Veronica, if they remake 1 and 2 again. I mean 1 and 0. If they do even a spin-off. But we also have a bunch of Silent Hill games coming this year as well. We have lots of horror and like great games coming, so I'm excited. But I am gonna end stream because it is 4 in the morning and I need to get out of drag. But we finished it. I know games have been really dry lately. I'm just gonna end stream because it's really late. But thank you guys for being here. I will be live again. Not tomorrow because I need to take tomorrow off. Tomorrow is wrestling, and then also I just need to assess the emails. I said I was gonna do that today, but then I was like, oh my god, Shirtless Leon is out, so we finished the game. So I'm gonna take tomorrow to assess some emails, get back on my workload and stuff, make sure those sponsorships are coming, and make sure you know, support the ad and sponsored posts because it helps out a lot. But I'll be live again on Tuesday, so we will pick up Bayonetta, I think, back on Tuesday. We're gonna try to chop away some chapters of Cereza and the Lost Demon, and then yeah, my stomach kind of hurts because I haven't eaten all day, so I'm gonna end stream now. I'm gonna make some pasta because I'm fucking hungry, bitch. But thank you guys for joining. VOD will be available to rewatch on my YouTube channel if you missed part 1 or 2. I'm gonna upload it tonight. But thank you guys for being here. I'll see you on the next one. I'll see you Tuesday.